How's it going? How's everybody doing today? Ion Raptor, I'm sorry to hear. Sorry to hear you've been ill, man. You've probably let people know, and I just missed it because I'm an oblivious rube man of sorts. But I hope that's getting better, man. I hope it's nothing serious, just something passing. How is everybody doing tonight? As always, I hope the answer is damn good. And if it's not damn good, I hope it's at least, yeah, you know, okay. Okay is not bad. Sometimes we gotta roll with okay. Another day, another dollar. Good to see you, Dragon Printer, Ren, Momo, Data Nerd, Project Dark Fox. There's Sumatha. No worries. The fact that you felt the need to stop in and just say hi is incredibly flattering. So thank you. Thank you so much for popping your head in, man. You have a good get yourself some sleep. Yeah, good lord, man. You have to excuse me. I just pounded like 2 chimichangas. That is an incredibly attractive thing to say. Stream starts up. I just pounded some chimichangas. Ooh. God, I'm such a charming man. I don't know why we don't have more followers. It's truly baffling. Dweg Ham, good to see you. Vergatarung, I'm sorry that you're awake so early, man. To Square, how's it going? How's it going? Alright. Look, I was eating chimichangas before Deadpool made it popular to say the word chimichanga, okay? I'm a fucking nonconformist. Doing a little brush cleaning I forgot to do last night. Ugh. I'll tell you, these goofy army painter speed paints have got me in a decent place as far as painting log goes. I'm thinking that it's going to feel good and be freeing to just process a lot of the backlog of stuff where it's like, I really didn't want to do anything more with them than get them to a tabletop quality, and I just keep looking at them like, yeah, but I got other projects to do, man, and being able to do 4 or 5 in an hour or so, like, I'm just gonna knock a bunch of them out and put them on display shelves and be like, hey, look, I painted those, they're done, and then turn my focus back to some of my more advanced projects and continuing to experiment with oil paints. It has been it's been an interesting year or so. Not just 2022, but literally a year from today going back into 2021. Been an interesting year for kind of trying new things. And I know I've expressed it before, a little frustration with not accomplishing as much as far as finishing as many models as I have in previous years, but at the same time I feel like I've grown in more directions and more interesting ways, so I don't know, it's hard to really quantify without finished models to point to. I'll tell you, I've set new records for getting models to like 70% done and then losing interest in them, whatever the fuck that means. Probably means that I need to be on medication, but that's beside the point. Squeezel, good to see you. Cookie Mama, welcome in. And yeah, everybody be sure also to wish a happy birthday to Riot's sister when she comes in. But Desert Owl, happy birthday to the 19-year-old. Man, what a time, right? Man, what was I doing when I was 19? Oh, I was selling myself to the government, that's right. Oh, those were dark times. So go back on your meds. No, I'm not on any, really. I need to be prescribed them first. Good luck getting the VA to prescribe anything they don't absolutely have to, let me tell you what. As one does, Arkudaki, if I can provide inspiration and get any work done myself, I'll tell you, I've said it 1,000 times if I've said it once. The purpose of this stream has just been to keep me working, because the worst times for me artistically are the times when I lose interest for like a week, and then that stretches into 2, and that stretches into a month, and I haven't painted for like a few months, and I'm like, oh, I gotta get back into it. And it's like, it's something that I enjoy, but then I mess myself up with this feeling of I don't know, obligation? I don't know. I'm you know, my brain's a mess. But, you know, this stream is me putting one foot in front of the other, come what may. We could have an electric shock therapy party for you. Oh, that sounds like fun. I mean, I can do that myself. I need to do some rewiring in this old farmhouse anyway. It's 100 years old. It's guaranteed to happen. I do live in a house that is now over 100 years old, which is a little wild. How is everyone doing today? Y'all working on any projects? Anybody else out there messing with these AP speed paints? I'm having a good time with them. I'm kind of doing just the speed paints right now, but more and more I plan to be integrating them with some other paints. I want to try some of the Rainy River design. Ever since I did the yellow and then the orange to get kind of a different, more vibrant color. Because it's pretty simple combinations. I'm thinking about using some of these Rainy River Designs overlays for a similar purpose. And I think we'll experiment with that as we do some of the other Deadzone teams, because at this point I think everything I've gotten from Mantic, I'm going to be doing just speed painty. You made curry. Ooh, what kind of curry? Tried Army Painter, but I just don't like them. Which line? Raptor, you're talking about the basic paints? Because weirdly, that's the weakest thing in their line. It comprises most of their line. And it's like the weakest part of the whole line. I don't understand Army Painter. They seem like a great company. Their brushes are of middling to mediocre synthetic quality, so I don't really use them. Their metallics are great. I don't know what it is about their metallics. I get great coverage out of Army Painter metallics. Their washes, their quick shade washes, are fucking great. I've been using those exclusively for years, and I love them. For huge swathes of time, the metallics and the quick shade washes would be the only AP products that I have in my on my paint rack. That's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, that's the one. And I get really, really good use out of them. And then their basic paint line, it's not like it's bad. It's that it's inconsistent. I have had two of the same color from Army Painter that I bought a few months apart, and one has had good coverage and the other has been like weird. Hasn't flowed very well, has been kind of like snotty is the best description that I could give. And it's bizarre. I don't know. Like, I feel like that's almost worse. Being inconsistent is almost worse than just being bad. Because if you're consistently bad, at least you're like professionally doing the same thing over and over again. If you're inconsistent, then what the fuck is going on? It's baffling. I think like Citadel paints are fine. They're consistently of a decent quality. It's the fact that they also consistently choose to put them in those fucking paint pots that make them completely untenable for me. The AP speed paints, the one set that I have of them, I'm really liking. I feel like if I put more time in with them, I'm going to be able to apply them better, which is kind of why I'm doing it like on these Forge Fathers and other Mantic stuff first, is because, being honest, I don't really care that much about how these paint jobs turn out. As long as they're like, you know, good at arm's length, identifiable on the board, because I enjoy the Mantic games. These are just game pieces for me. And, I don't know, they're good for that, so far. Now, I did go ahead and order the Speed Paints Mega Set. And I'll do a cross comparison between some of the colors that I'm getting multiple copies of between the starter set and the mega set, just to see if, like, I don't know, they're different. That makes sense. If there are consistency issues, I'd like to work those out. I'm hoping that they maintain the quality they have right now, though, because they're pretty good. I've heard people complain, I've heard people mention the issue with... Yeah, no, I agree, Project Dark Fox. Consistently bad paint like Apple Barrel, which I hesitate to say that Apple Barrel's bad paint. Apple Barrel paint is... It's not formulated for the purposes of painting minis. I feel like Apple Barrel does the job it's intended to do very well. It is cheap, it is effective. It's meant for, like, doing craft painting with, like finger paints with your kids, or painting posters for the local car wash, or something you don't care that much about the durability of. Like, yeah, it's a very generalist, low-level paint. And in the niche that it's designed to fill, it does a great job. And I've seen people get good results out of it. That's the strength of consistency, as you know, Project Dark Fox. If you want to use it for a purpose that it's not strictly designed for, it is consistent enough that you can learn how to do it, and you can do it every single time. Our very own GM Kaylee here in chat has gotten some pretty good results out of painting with Apple Barrel. Oh yeah, Dino Man, that's a good point. It's great for terrain. It's great for I use, like my go-to for terrain painting is often this US Art Supply acrylic. This isn't really much better. I don't know that this is any better than Apple Barrel. This is just easier for me to get, and I like that it comes in these goofy little tubes as opposed to the squeezy bottles, because I can like toothpaste these out, you know? So I don't know what the fuck Army Painter is playing at, but if they maintain the quality they have so far with the speed paints, this is a product I can see myself continuing to use for some time. At least as far as getting armies done, which is something I've been wanting to do more of. I've said this a million times, but you know, I guess I repeat myself a lot on stream. I've veered away from my army painting roots into more artsy, fartsy, high-level techniques in the last year, and I wanna paint some armies again. I wanna remember what it was like to actually play large-scale games. I'm looking forward to Mantic's Firefight. It looks great. It looks great. Like the rules look really, really solid. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I love this mug too. It's pretty cool, right? Mantic did a Kickstarter years ago for a game system called Warpath. And if you've seen the minis for like Deadzone or the other sci-fi Mantic minis, like the Enforcers, the Forge Fathers, the Marauders, the Plague, stuff like that, you've seen Warpath minis. They're of decent quality. A lot of them when they started was what they called Restic, which was just a type of PVC. And it is not great quality, and I avoided them. But since then, they have gradually upgraded themselves to doing full-on styrene sprues. All the current Forge Fathers are styrene, most of the Enforcers and stuff. I think the range that was most recently still in that Restic was the Marauders, which are Space Orcs, and the what's the other one? The Plague. And those have been converted to styrene too now. But, okay, so they did a Kickstarter for this game, Warpath, and their idea with Warpath was fucking crazy, if you ask me. The idea was, we want to make, like, epic 40K, but with 28mm minis. So the idea was playing with 28mm minis, but using, like, hundreds of them. Fill the table with them. It was a terrible idea. It was a terrible idea. I know of one game of Warpath that ever got played in a city that I was living at the time. And two guys who went in on it, and they set up all the minis, they filled their respective table halves with minis, and in one round of shooting, somebody took all their flyers from one side of the board to the other, and just annihilated fully half of the other army, because it was horribly balanced. And they did that in one round, and then they kind of looked at the game, and they went, oh, okay, and they swept all their minis into a bin, and they never touched it again. It was not a great idea. I don't think that, excuse me, my throat today. I should drink my tea. I don't even think it was a good idea from the start. But after that, they released a game called Deadzone, which is the polar opposite. Yeah, Kings of War is actually a pretty good game. They've done well with that. Kings of War Armada is also apparently pretty good. Now, they went ahead and, yeah, they released a game called Deadzone. Well, speak of the devil. Deadzone Podcast, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And Deadzone is one of my personal favorite games mechanically. Oh, we're getting to those Forge Fathers. Deadzone. Don't you worry about that. I'm gonna try to get 5 of them done today. Why do I say these things? I shouldn't set goals. I never meet them. We're gonna do it. We're gonna speed paint them. Deadzone is great. Deadzone has always been great. I think the rules for Deadzone have been fantastic. The first and second editions had problems, in my opinion, in that while the rules were pretty good, the list balance was not. Because I was I started in second edition. I was aware of it in first, I started it in second, and I love the factions that they have because they have Space Rats, the Veer Min, who we're going to be painting in the near future. I love Ratman, I don't know what to tell you. And I broke the shit out of Deadzone second edition. I was able to make lists with the Veer Min that were just broken as shit. And, like, utterly dominant on the tabletop. And then when I looked into, okay, how do I want to change this, like, there was really just the one build that made any sense. Yeah, the Piper was a bit nuts. That and the fact that, do you remember in second edition podcast, I'm going to call you podcast, that's going to be weird, I'm going to call you Pod. How about Pod? Podrick the podcast. You could put the heavy drill on the Stalker, and the Stalker is the baseline rat. He's got like a knife, and he's got a little ray pistol, and he's like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm sorry. And you could put the heavy drill on him, which cost almost nothing and gave him like armor piercing. And I was just like, just put the heavy drill on the Stalker. Now I have a super fast, super cheap infantry that can hide behind more terrain than anyone else because he's physically very small and he has an armor piercing drill. And just a wave of rats would wash across the board, drilling all the heavy armored units into the fucking dirt. It was disgusting. You combine that with, yeah, the Piper and his ability to constantly summon hordes of rats, and then their caustic grenade launcher dudes who could just, like, gas entire halves of the board without getting close to them. Like, it was stupid. Anyway, that's not really important. I don't know why I'm talking about it so much. But they released a third edition of Deadzone very recently, and it's nice. It's nice. I went in immediately and tried to build my old lists, and I was like, oh, I can't do it. Clearly they were paying some attention. So, They've made huge improvements in Deadzone 3rd Edition. It's something that I've been fooling around with lately, and that's what I'm painting these teams for. And to wrap up what I'm talking about, they have pretty much nixed Warpath. Warpath is now just sort of the name for the universe that these games take place in. And now they're coming out with Firefight 2nd Edition. Now, I didn't touch Firefight. I didn't even know that there was a Firefight 1st Edition, I don't think. I stopped paying attention to anything other than Deadzone. Oh, Deadzone plays on a small board with a grid system, by the way, which is actually really cool for a skirmish game. I advise you check it out. But Firefight 2nd Edition is coming out now, like in the sense that the review copies are in people's hands now, and the rest of the game, the pre-orders, are shipping in like the next couple of weeks. And it looks great. Because they have standardized like the unit profiles and the rules from Deadzone to Firefight, so there's this very natural progression where it's like, play Deadzone. You know, a little mat, you paint like 10 models for your team, maybe 12, I don't know, depends on what faction you're playing. And, you know, you get the little bits of terrain, and you move on your little grid, and you roll the dice, and you're like, this is fun, this is a neat game. What if I wanted to make this game bigger? Then you go to Firefight. And then Firefight becomes tape measure, squad-based, sort of a Legion to 40k level played on a 4x4 style game. It's a very natural progression. I think it's a great idea. And I really like all the new rule videos that they've been putting out. I might have gone in a little bit ordering a couple of the Firefight teams. And we're going to be playing some of it. It's nice. 1,000 to 1,500 points? Yeah. Yeah, the Deadzone board is 2 foot by 2 foot. You don't have to use a tape measure, and I do like that about it. Everything's on grid squares, so it's like, I have a range of 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3 squares. I shoot over there. It's a wonderfully simple game that is still quite a lot of fun. Tunnel runners for the... Yeah, the Veermen were stupid in 2nd edition. I don't know... Like, there were other factions where you really had to struggle to get a team that was worth a shit. Like, I never found a Forge Fathers team in Deadzone 2nd Edition that was very good. But Veermen were stupid easy to build for. I don't know what they did in their playtesting for that one. But credit where due, 3rd Edition, as far as I can tell, has fixed. It has fixed the problems that I explicitly knew existed. It might still have some problems, but I haven't seen them. Yeah, I stopped playing before Escalation. That's not true. I played some after Escalation, because Escalation is when the Piper came out, wasn't it? I've got the Piper right over there. I'm gonna repaint him, too. He's a neat figure, because he has little rat swarm figures that go with him, and you can keep summoning them. I haven't looked at his stats for 3rd. Oh, that was Outbreak. Ah, okay. Then, yeah, Escalation was the rebalance then, right? I don't think I played that one. I think I was out of it before then. Yeah, Outbreak, because they released a new terrain set for it, didn't they? And I'll give Mantic something else. Their terrain is pretty nice. It's all styrene, build-it-yourself stuff on sprues, and it's good terrain for wargaming. It's very practical. I got a bunch of my own stuff, but you know, I've got a good amount of the Mantic terrain I still need to build. Really, Deadzone podcast? It never would have occurred to me. Never would have occurred to me that you might be a little into the Mantic games. But anyway, we're going to be working on our Forge Fathers today, who are their version of the Squats, the Space Dwarves. And seeing the new, like, what are they called? The new 40k squat faction League of Votann, I think they're called. Now, it's impossible. It's impossible to judge the look of the faction so far, because we've only seen one model. And as much as I am absolutely on board for jumping all over GW and calling them unoriginal hacks, mostly for completely reasons totally unrelated to the quality of their models, the fact is they make great models. They really do. Hey, what's up, X0? Good to see you. It's in total fairness, it's impossible to judge what the faction's going to look like. I'd imagine it's probably going to be pretty neat. They'll do some fun stuff. If they dig into the old squat lore, then I would imagine the squats are going to have like battle trains like they used to, which is a neat idea depending on how they implement it. I'm sure it's going to be cool. But I like what Mantic has done with the Forge Fathers. We're going to be building some of their bigger units down the road, and like the fact that their helmets have like built-in beards. I don't know, they're more dwarfy. The Leagues of Votann look like they're trying to, based on one model, I could be wrong, I'm probably wrong. It looks like they're trying to move away from their fantasy dwarf roots and be more serious sci-fi, like so much stuff in 40k is these days. And I guess maybe that's what I like about the Mantic stuff, is it's not trying to be terribly serious. It's all pretty goofy. I think the Enforcers are maybe the most serious faction, and they're just kind of like generic Iron Man clones. Like, I don't know. Like, the Marauders are a lot of fun. The Veermen are hilarious. They've got big murderous wheels. The Space Dwarves have, like I said, armored beards built into their helmet, which is fucking hilarious. They've got a new unit that looks like Dr. Octopus. I haven't picked up any of the new ones. I have not picked up any of the new Forge Fathers. So the new kits that I have ordered for Firefight, I ordered the Veermen Firefight kit. I don't think there's any new models for Veermen, but I needed more of them, so I went ahead and ordered it. The GCPS, because I like the GCPS more than the Enforcers. There are two human factions. There's the Enforcers and the GCPS. Enforcers are like high-tech, elite, Space Marine-esque corporate Enforcer dudes, and the GCPS are like grunts. There's just dudes in armor who don't really want to be there, and I'm like, yeah, that's more my style. So I ordered them, and I ordered the new Asterian Force, because I have to admit, the one that sold me on that one was I saw the new Asterian flyer that they have in the Firefight kit, and I was like, that looks fucking cool. And the Asterians are like their space elves, but there aren't many actual space elves. You have like one space elf, and he's your leader, and everything else is like a robot or a mechanical avatar that someone's driving from somewhere else, and I just think that's kind of neat. You see the pre-orders for Legion, all Shadow Syndicate stuff? I haven't. I don't really pay much attention to Legion news now, though. That makes sense. That makes sense. They coordinate everything with Disney, and I would imagine they're like, do Book of Boba Fett, let's release a bunch of, like, pikes and shit. I would imagine. Space Dwarves, serious business, rock and stone, yeah. I confess, after I did my orange, I'm like, oh, they look like Home Depot employees, but whatever, they're identifiable. Bright orange dwarfs. Sure, why the hell not? I think we'll do some weathering on them today, too. I'll do a little sponge weathering, because they look a little clean. They shouldn't be clean. They're space dwarfs. The pack leader for Veermen, okay. That's a new model. I wasn't sure. I only played Veermin in Deadzone, so I never went above a certain... I think the biggest unit that I had for Veermin... I guess the Pack Leader's a small model, but the biggest unit I had for Veermin were the Nightmares, which are the big mutant rats with, like, acid and plague sprayers on their arms and shit. The new plague models look nice. I am very careful to give credit where due and to criticize where due. And the old plague models looked a little goofy. And some of the ones they're still using look a little goofy. But the new ones that are in styrene actually look really good. Their line update is generally pretty damn nice. The more styrene they have, the happier I'm gonna be. Epic Orchestral Home Depot. Am I frozen in a look of... I hope not, Happy Heretic. I would like to know, though, if I'm frozen in a... I mean, that just might be my face. That's kind of all the time. Yeah, the new there's a new Aberration model, right? I was looking at the... I haven't looked at them one by one to see which ones are new, but the Aberration looks new. The old one was the one where that's the huge one, right? And his arms were forward like this. He looked like a gorilla. He was like... Rrr! And the new one has a little bit more of a dynamic, open pose to it. Oh, what am I thinking of? I never played the Plague. After Rise of Skywalker, I was done. Why did you watch it, Star Reapers? I asked that. I watched it myself fairly recently. I ignored it for like a couple of years. I finally watched it. I think I was sick, and I was just like on the couch anyway, and I'm like, oh, I got Disney. I'm gonna watch episode 9. And I gotta be honest with you guys. There were parts of a good movie in The Rise of Skywalker. There were parts... It's not a good movie. It's like Force Awakens happened, and it was okay. It had promise. And then The Last Jedi happened, and it was dog shit. And then Rise of Skywalker happened, and they were like, well, The Last Jedi undid everything that we did in the previous movie, so we have to undo everything that happened in The Last Jedi and then do a whole trilogy in one movie. And God bless them, they tried. God bless them, they tried. There were parts of an interesting movie in there, Automat. I don't think you're being fair. I want to say something crazy, too. The de-aged digital version of Carrie Fisher that they had with the de-aged digital version of Mark Hamill in the Misty Forest training as Jedi was cool. It didn't look horrifying, and it was kind of nice to give the audience a little nod to like, oh, Leia trained as a Jedi for a little bit. Oh, yeah, sure, why not? The Imperial occupied planet that they went to meet that Power Ranger from the Americans. The problem is that none of the scenes stuck around for more than 5 minutes. It was like, oh, here's a part of the movie, 5 minutes, boom, we're out of there, we're done. Can we linger and find out more? No, we have 37 more scenes to do in this act. Move along. I'm like, please slow down. The movie was like, it was nauseating. I feel like watching The Rise of Skywalker was like anxiety-inducing. Because I never knew what was going to happen. The scenes where Rey was astrally projecting into Kylo Ren's, like, study, those were cool. The little, like, fight that they had, that was neat. But none of it was given enough time to breathe. If those scenes were in a better movie, you would think of those scenes better, I think. I don't understand it either to Square. And I don't know that they're really positive, because I note that the movie overall is bad. Like I said, I felt like I was having a heart attack. I'm halfway through The Rise of Skywalker, and it's like my chest is getting tight. I'm getting, like, the walls are closing in. I'm starting to feel anxious, like, oh, God. And God bless him. God bless Ian McDiarmid. Because even when Ian McDiarmid is given dog shit lines to perform, that man's having fun. That man is having fun. By the time we get to the end of the movie and the Emperor is, like, shooting a lightning storm up into space with his two hands, I'm laughing my ass off. I had completely given up any semblance of trying to make sense of what was going on. I'm just like, Ian, you crazy son of a bitch. Yeah. Knights of Ren were in the movie. Kind of. A little bit. And I'm gonna say, the scene, the little trick that they did, where Kylo Ren reached behind his head and Rey reached behind her head with her lightsaber, and then he came out with the lightsaber that she had reached back with and turned it on and fought the Knights of Ren. I'm like, that scene would have been good if we knew who the Knights of Ren were, or if any of the rest of the movie had made any sense at all. That scene would have been good. It was kind of cool. Yeah, you want to know more? Fuck you. That's Rise of Skywalker. That's Rise of Skywalker in a nutshell. It was crazy. Like I said, it was anxiety inducing. What's up, Mr. Altier? How you doing? The Knights of Houday, they literally never explain the Knights of Ren. At no point in that film trilogy did they ever even come close to explaining who the fuck they were. Not only do we not get details about them, we don't even get generalities about them. We don't know who they were before they were the Knights of Ren. We don't know why they're the Knights of Ren. We don't know what Ren is. We don't know where that name came from. We don't know anything about them. It's baffling. They might as well be, Ren Momo, they might as well be the Knights of You. Because they told us literally nothing. Fucking baffling. Baffling. I'll tell you what else. I like The Force Awakens. The Force Awakens was designed to be the first movie in a trilogy, and you cannot judge a movie like that on its own. So, when it came out, I remember thinking to myself, and I said to people, if the next movies are good, this movie was great. It had a lot of promise, it introduced a lot of fun things, did a few stupid things. It didn't do anything any dumber than any Star Wars movie has ever done, really. A lot of people complained, they were like, this is just a New Hope, and I'm like, yeah. That's obviously what it's supposed to be. That's watching The Force Awakens being, it's just a New Hope. That's like watching Last Man Standing and going, what the fuck? This is just Fistful of Dollars. Like, yeah. Like, explicitly, yes, that's what it was supposed to be. You're not getting the better of the director by correctly gleaning his intentions. But The Last Jedi was a mess. You know, we can blame, I'll tell you what, Dino Man, we can blame whoever we want. We can blame Kathleen Kennedy. We can blame J.J. Abrams. We can blame Rian Johnson. We can blame whoever we want, but ultimately the only people that are really to blame is you and me, man. It's all of us. Because here's the thing. If these movies weren't making money, they wouldn't be making them. New Star Wars is making money. New Star Trek is making money. The people are voting with their wallets. Now, the people may be idiots, but the people are voting with their wallets. And unfortunately, we're getting the Star Wars and Star Trek that we deserve. Oh, also, I just watched an interview with Patrick Stewart, wherein he was talking about the new Star Trek Picard show, and how Guinan has a bar in Star Trek Picard that is on 10 Forward Street in San Francisco. 10 Forward Street. Now, for those of you who might not be aware, which might be some of you, Guinan runs a bar on the Star Trek Enterprise D that is called 10 Forward. It's called 10 Forward because it is on Deck 10 Forward. It's literally the very front of the ship. Deck 10 Forward. 10 Forward. Okay? And I'm watching an interview with Patrick Stewart where he says, we're exploring something that we never knew about before in Star Trek, where Guinan got the name for her bar. And a big part of me died. Yeah. Fuck you, Alex Kurtzman, you son of a bitch. You can, Dwegom, and I can blame you right back. That's not true, Dwegom. Only the J.J. Abrams movies. There are 3 movies that are new timeline. The current run of Star Trek shows are all primary timeline. And they're awful. They're so bad. I guess I should paint some minis. I guess that's what we're doing, right? Where'd my bottle of white paint go? There it is. Discovery did not start in Kelvin. No, I watched it. It didn't. It started... There was a big Klingon battle or something. I don't know. I erased most of that fucking show from my mind. I remember there was a mushroom drive, and there was a bunch of... There was Mirror Universe stuff, but nothing Kelvin. And that's fine, Star Reapers. I would like to make clear, as I sit here and I complain about shows, this is all just entertainment. And on no level am I going to judge anybody who likes anything that I don't like, nor would I ever imagine that I have the right or anything to tell you that you shouldn't enjoy something that you do, because the fact is, if you're enjoying it, that's all that matters. So have fun with it. Mostly I just talk about why I can't. And a lot of it is sort of, you know, where we come from. I don't remember who it was. Somebody in chat recently was asking about the Star Trek shows and if they should watch them, if they should watch the old shows like TNG first. And what I told them ultimately was, like, I think the old shows are better. They're certainly what I grew up on. I think they're smarter. But at the same time, like, if you never watch them and you just watch the new stuff, like, you won't know enough about what they're changing to be irritated about it. And that might be for the better. Like, if you don't have the nostalgia and the attachment to, like, Star Trek TNG that I have, you know, maybe Picard is fine. Maybe it's just fine. But I personally struggle with it. Hold up, what'd I miss? Yeah, the new Dune movie is pretty nice, Star Reaper. It was like a love letter to sci-fi art from like the 1960s, 1970s, and I was into it. I don't think it was really like that good of a movie by itself, but as far as being a companion piece to the book, I think it was pretty great. Your girlfriend is watching Clone Wars for the first time. She said, "Wow, that Darksaber's really cool. I had to physically restrain myself." Oh yeah, that's pretty neat. The Darksaber is cool. The Darksaber's quite cool. And Disney knows. Because they're bringing it back. A present beside my name on the side. I have no idea, B-Proxy. What does it mean? Is there a little gift by my name on anybody else's sidebar? Does anyone know what that means? It's not my streamiversary. My birthday was a while ago, nor should Twitch know what my birthday is, for that matter. Yeah, you know, that's... See, the thing, Star Reapers, is I watched the new Dune movie like everybody else did, and I was like, wow, this is really cool! And my wife is watching it with me, and she never read the books. She's not even really familiar with the story all that much, and she was just so confused. And I had this moment talking to her where I'm like, oh, I guess there's a lot of shit they didn't say, isn't there? She was like, who were the guys with the throat singing? They were like some kind of space Viking mercenaries, and I'm like, oh my god, they never... Did they ever say their names? They never really mentioned who they were, or what the significance of where they came from, or the significance of them going into battle, or there was nothing there, which was weird. So I came to the conclusion that the Dune movie it's a great companion piece as long as you also read the book, or if you just like don't care, then yeah, I'm sure it's fine. But it is better with the book accompanying it. I think it's a great companion piece, but it leaves out huge amounts of the story. For my money, the early 2000s Sci-Fi Channel miniseries is one of the best full takes on the story. I certainly would never recommend David Lynch's Dune to anybody. I love David Lynch in all of his movies, and I even enjoy that movie for nostalgic reasons, but it's not very good. They do say their names? I missed it. You know, I don't envy them, because Dune is like a super dense story. And ironically, around that time, they came out with the Foundation television series, and I remember thinking, and I still do, that, like, Dune should be a TV series to get the breadth of the story. Foundation should be a couple of movies. It doesn't need to be a TV series. So they've stretched Foundation into this long thing that is not at all indicative of what it is, and they've compressed Dune into something that is also not really indicative of what it is. It's a bizarre mismatch. Is that the one where Stewart is Idaho? Yeah. Yeah, that he's Gurney Halleck. I don't remember who plays Duncan Idaho in the David Lynch one. Everybody remembers Sting, though, as Fade Routha. Hasn't gotten to the Camino bit yet and has only seen rookies to do with fives. And that's oh my god, Ren, that is the start of easily the most compelling overall plot in Clone Wars. And I think, a lot of people agree with that because the Bad Batch is pretty much just a continuation. It is the continuation of that episode and all the stories that spawned off of it. I like the Bad Batch. I didn't expect to, but I did. Looking forward to more of it. Yeah, I mean, like, Sting being cool in Dune that's, like, completely independent of the quality of the film, though. You know? Like, that's just Sting hamming it up in a ridiculous role. There are lots of cool things in David Lynch's Dune movie, it's just the movie itself doesn't make any fucking sense. And, David Lynch didn't want to make a movie about Dune. He wanted to make the usual David Lynch movie that he always makes, which is a baffling series of images and concepts that only make sense to him. So he just sort of took Dune and wrangled it around until it resembled the rest of his work. He was I don't know why anyone thought David Lynch would be a good choice for a mainstream sci-fi movie. That's not what he does. It's not what he's ever done. But he was popular briefly because he had just released, like, what had come out before that? He'd done, like, Eraserhead. Well, and they were like, who's popular right now? Who's making the money? Who do the kids think is pretty cool? That David Lynch fella. You can do a Dune movie. We'll make toys. What's that? There's a scene where a man has to milk a cat. That's weird, but let's make an action figure out of it. If you think I'm joking, go look it up. They made an action figure out of the cat that they milk. It's weird. It's real weird. Like, that scene by itself is fucking weird enough, but then they made a toy out of it. It's gonna be the next Star Wars. That's in space, right? Oh, cast that kid from Blue Velvet. He'll be the next Luke Skywalker. Patrick Stewart's kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi. We'll make a fortune. I have no idea what that voice is. I'm just riffing over here. Oh god, yes, Dweghom. Oh god, yes. David Lynch and Neil Breen are very similar in the conceptual level of the films that they're making, and the biggest difference between them is that David Lynch is really fucking good at doing what he does, and Neil Breen is not. Yeah, David Lynch is infinitely more competent at filmmaking than Neil Breen is. One could argue that David Lynch is a master of filmmaking, even though a lot of people really don't like his stuff. I will never try to convince anyone to like David Lynch. If you watch David Lynch movies and you're like, this sucks, then you should not watch them. If you find them compelling and interesting and you want to know more, it's possible to get into them. But if you just don't like them, if they make you mad, don't watch them. It's not going to get any better. They're not going to make more sense as time goes on, trust me. You have to have a certain disconnect from the notion of a linear, cohesive narrative if you're going to enjoy David Lynch movies. Oh, I misread. You asked, is Lynch the more competent Neil Breen? And yes, I would agree with that. Oh yeah, no, Lynch never read the book. Lynch not only never read the book, he didn't give a shit about what was in the book at any point. He never cared. And that's something you have to understand about David Lynch as a filmmaker. He does not care if you understand what he's doing or not. David Lynch is making movies because he wants to. David Lynch is making movies for David Lynch. And if you get something out of him, that's great, but he doesn't actually give a shit. And there is something about that I admit I find appealing. Yes, Star Reapers. Have you seen it was like at a convention or something? There's an interview where David Lynch talks about meeting with George Lucas to make Return of the Jedi. And he makes it sound like meeting with George Lucas was just the most arduous, irritating thing he's ever been through in his life. It is nothing but contempt for Lucas, and I think it's funny as shit. It's like, so he showed me these drawings for something called Wookiees or Ewoks? I don't know what the hell I was doing there. And that's fair. That's fair, Automat. I don't expect anyone to really like what Lynch does, but I feel like if we're being honest with ourselves, it's hard not to respect him. At the very least. There is a respectability in what he's doing. There is a purity in what David Lynch does. Where is... Alright, I got my speed paint pallid bone is the first thing I'm going to lay down. He's definitely an artist. He is definitely an artiste, an auteur, if you will. So, I'm finding that these speed paints, they're kind of only good right out of the bottle. If you let them sit on a wet palette overnight, they, something happens to them. They dilute a little bit too much. I don't know, the binding agent comes apart. Something happens, though, and they're not great. Which is part of the reason I'm so glad they come in dropper bottles, and my advice to you would be to only put down as much as you actually plan to use. Hola, Roland. How you doing today, man? I was just ripping on Star Trek. You missed it. I agree with that. I agree with that, Automat. Yeah, there's an authenticity to it, and there is the sheer force of personality. One of my favorite interviews he did, I think it was with it was like a British pop culture host, where he said something to the effect of that oh shit, what movie was it? Was it Eraserhead? He said something like, Eraserhead is the most subversive film I've ever made. And the host goes, elaborate on that. And David Lynch just goes, no, and continues with what he was saying. It's beautiful. Was it Eraserhead he was talking about? I can't remember now. No. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Deadzone podcast. Thank you for tossing me those Bezos bucks, my friend. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much for the subscription. That was the great realization. That was the moment that I started to actually appreciate David Lynch. It was watching Twin Peaks, which I think is some of the more digestible content he's ever made, up until he wasn't working on it anymore, and then it just goes off the fucking rails. But realizing that David Lynch, like, on a personal level, if I went up to David Lynch and I said, David, I don't understand what you're doing, he'd go, fuck you. I'm like, oh, okay. Alright. Like, he really doesn't give a shit. He's making what he wants to see, and you know, if that means something to you, then it does, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't. But, you know, I like I say, I would never try to turn someone on to David Lynch. I would never be like, oh no, you have to watch this one movie. Like, if you watch stuff and you don't like it and you're not curious about it, then just save yourself the trouble and don't watch it. Because it's not going to get any better. You're not going to, like, watch Blue Velvet and suddenly it's all going to come together, you know? You're not going to watch Lost Highway and be like, oh, Bill Pullman made sense of it for me. No, he's not going to do it. I still need to watch Inland Empire. Paint some more Rockin' Stone, boys. Yeah. We're using our Army Painter speed paints again today. I'm really liking them. X-Zero. They are, they have their place. Now, down the road, I'd like to experiment with using them as a base to do more complex painting on top of. For the moment, I'm just stretching the legs with using almost exclusively speed paints for their stated purpose, which is just getting, you know, tabletop-ready forces in record time. I painted 4 of these guys last night in 1 hour. I timed myself. Now, I'm probably not going to work quite that fast today because I'm also streaming. That was me listening to Dr. Rhino stream and just working. But I also don't think it's going to take me terribly long. Just do one step at a time, working on 4 at a time. I would compare them with, I think I saw someone ask earlier, and I do apologize if I missed your message in chat. I don't do it on purpose. Someone was asking how they compare to Citadel contrast paints, which is obviously the most sort of, you know, one-to-one across comparison, since contrast paints are designed to do exactly the same thing. I like these better. The pigmentation and the vibrancy in them and the way that they settle and pool, I couldn't tell you chemically what the difference is, but I know that these are less prone to negative pooling and leaving tidal marks. They settle better over flat surfaces, they level themselves much more nicely, and they have much higher pigmentation and vibrancy. At least in the ones that I've been using. Yeah, 15 minutes of work for a model that looks like, you know, this guy here. That ain't half bad. This was stupid easy to do. And I'm perfectly happy with doing these minis for all of my Forge Fathers. I think we'll do some weathering on these guys today. Now, okay, I have heard some people complain and some people ask about this guy O'Coral. No, wait, did I? No, God, come on. That doesn't make any sense. O'Coral, thank you so much for the sub, man. 26 months. This isn't Battletech. Well, we'll get to that soon. O'Coral, you saw that we did some of the speed paints on Battletech, didn't you? If you're looking to do some Karita sort of light, I cannot recommend Speed Paint Blood Red enough. This is so stupid. This was a single application of paint. And in my opinion, it looks fucking great. You do a little detailing on top of this, like, this is fantastic. I have to compare the reds because I had a really bad experience with the contrast reds. Negative pooling, that was a poor choice of words on my part. Pooling in a bad way is what I meant. I didn't mean like a phenomenon of somehow like negative space pooling. You want some pooling, but there is a degree to which it becomes a negative experience. To make sense out of my nonsense. And I have not had any issues with that with the speed paints. That's when you get the tide marks. Oh my god, it did. I don't know what the hell. We were on a roll for so long with the camera not having any problems, I almost forgot about it.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Come on. Yeah, you know, I've been streaming for just over 2 years. I think it's time I bought myself a proper capture card. I'll turn the next Twitch payout into a capture card, I think. To Square, it came out really nice, like really nice. I was surprised that, because the thing with these speed paints, with the contrast paints is, yeah, they go well over like organic and textured surfaces, but it's always a question of how do they settle over flat, hard surfaces, and the answer with contrast is not very well. Pretty damn well. In the case of the speed paints, not like you can mess it up. You can certainly mess it up. I did, I think, a poor job with the blue. On this guy, it still doesn't look bad, but I could have done better on this with a little bit of practice. But then I was able to do, like, this yellow-green by mixing some of the speed paints and being a little bit more careful with how I applied it, and this looks pretty good. If you wanted to push this a little bit more, a quick dry brush after the fact, like, that would look great, wouldn't it? And this was the first orange that we got, which I wasn't super happy with. It looks a little bit brown, but then I discovered by doing the yellow and then the orange, you can get something more like this. And this is what I'm doing with my Forge Fathers. This came out real nice. Don't be afraid of the white primer with this stuff. It loves it. At Barnes & Noble the other day, and they had Battletech loot boxes. Yeah, okay, so those are from the Kickstarter, the Clan Invasion boxes. Those are not going to be a standard distribution method, they're just kind of a side funsy that they're doing. So if you look at that and find it concerning, don't be. That is, you can get all those mechs in, like, Lance and Star boxes. I've seen really, really good things about it going down over Chrome, Happy Heretic. And I keep meaning... There's standard distro now? Oh, okay. The purple I didn't have, so I want to try the purple again, because this is the first one I did, and honestly, it kind of looks like shit. I think it's just because I don't know what I did wrong. It's meant to be a dark purple, but I also, like, it came out kind of blotchy. I feel like this one has to be user error, because the other ones all came out so nice, but I haven't done the purple again yet. We'll try it. I keep meaning to say, and I keep interrupting myself, there's one concern I've heard people talk about with these speed paints, which is that they reactivate. If you put paint over them, if you put water on them, if you put more speed paint, the one underneath will reactivate. So far, I have not found that to be the case. They can be reactivated in the same sense that a fresh acrylic paint can be reactivated with like a solvent or a medium. But I'm doing speed paint over speed paint and having no real issues with that. So I don't know if somebody got a bad batch, though that's something to keep in mind. As I said before, Army Painter can be inconsistent. And if Army Painter is inconsistent with this range, if certain batches of speed paint are coming out better than others, that's going to make this a pass. Because that sucks, and I hope they don't have that problem. All I can say is that the ones I have so far have been great. And I haven't had any of the issues with reactivation that other people have talked about. That's not a bad idea, X-Zero. We should see how the speed paints go through an airbrush. I mean, I'd imagine they'd airbrush fine, but how do they, like, work, you know? I'm curious. And I don't have him on a handle, but I'll go ahead and do this guy too. And I'm just using this shitty Army Painter monster brush that they included with the starter set. Yeah, there's no reason. You could use all the same mech, really, depending on what the BV for the battle was. There's nothing actually stopping you from doing that. Army building in BattleTech is very freeform. I maintain, though, I think people come to BattleTech who haven't played it before, expecting it to be like other war games they've played. BattleTech has more DNA in common with, like, Advanced Dungeons and Dragons than it does with Warhammer 40k. Oops, all atlases. Oh, that's just Steiner. Seems like there's 2 games. I like the simpler one, though some of the models are pricey. Yes, Star Reapers. So, that's what I mean when I say it has more DNA in common with, like, AD&D. The classic game, BattleTech, or Classic BattleTech as it's now known, is dense and complex, and it is... I would not call it balanced. It's kind of like a random bullshit simulator. I love it, personally. I think it's a fucking great game. I would never play more than 4 mechs or 1 full lance on a side while playing Classic BattleTech, because there's a lot to keep track of. But the sort of granular, interesting things that can happen because of the rule system being so granular are a lot of fun. Alpha Strike has more in common with a modern war game that you might be used to, and if that's kind of what you're looking for in BattleTech, then I strongly recommend playing the Alpha Strike version. For my money, I think Alpha Strike should become the standard version of the game, and Catalyst should put more time and development into it, but they don't listen to me, so... Yeah, Classic BattleTech is like 35 years old or so. I think a little bit more. And it hasn't really changed much in that time period. It's changed a little bit. It's gone through a couple of kind of reboots, but nothing in the sense of, like, you think of Warhammer 40k, you're like 1st edition, 2nd edition, 3rd edition, up through like 8th, 9th edition now. If you were to draw a line in BattleTech, dividing it into editions, there might be like one thing that you could call an edition shift, and it wasn't really. It's mostly additions with an A rather than additions with an E, if you know what I mean. Yeah, pre-order. I pre-ordered these a while ago, Roland. And I believe they are on sale now. Oh, I forgot the next step. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I remember now. Go ahead and do the bases with some of this hardened leather. There's probably a better color for the bases than this one, but whatever, I've got it. I've only got the starter set so far, so I'm using it. That happened so fast, though, Datron Voltari. That was like, what, 1-2 years from Battle Droids to BattleTech? And that's such a fundamental change that, like, the lore of the game changed. Battle Droids was, the world has ended, nobody can build mechs anymore. And then BattleTech happened, and they were like, okay, fine, some people can still build mechs. It's like, it was... Battle Droids was almost more of a beta for the game. Don't get me wrong, I love that original notion that literally nobody can build battle mechs anymore because it's a lost technology, but, you know, I'm in the minority because everybody else is all about that clan tech. Yeah, a prototype, yeah. That's not surprising, Roland. A lot of people are snapping them up. I ordered my Mega Set on eBay. I paid a little bit more than I would have from Miniature Market, but I want to get it, so... This set that I'm using now, I pre-ordered from Miniature Market a while ago. And then it arrived the day after my birthday, which was kind of cool. Actually, no, it arrived on my birthday. Wasn't there another one in the 90s? You might be thinking of Mech Warrior Dark Age. That's a whole thing. Was that WizKids? Pretty sure that was WizKids. Trying to sort of reboot the franchise, and yeah, it was their own version of the game that was like, they call it clicky tech. It was like, Hero Clicks. And hot take, I thought it was fucking great, but they fucked up the distribution badly, and they had some really bad sculpts, and it's generally remembered very poorly. Oh, fucking, what the hell? Twice?
I know you're really focused.
I'm gonna switch
Thunderhead,
USB
but your
ports, because that
camera
seems
is
to be the
not.
deciding factor. Biddies for the camera. Biddies for the camera. How you doing, Hamburg Tech? Yeah, the distribution methods. That's what I mean by the blind boosters. By the time they thought they could fix it, by the time they realized what the problems were, like, it was too late. Word of mouth had killed it, pretty much. Like what happened to that poor Havoc game. It also had the blind booster system. And they had an exclusive contract to only distribute the game through one toy store in the US, and it was like, those are just fundamentally bad choices that killed what could have been a good game. Yeah, there's the RPG, there's the video game series, which I think has always been more popular than any of the other versions of the game, and that's Mech Warrior. Most people know Mech Warrior. In my opinion, Clicky Tech was a great game to Square. As far as actual gameplay goes, it was pretty great. And I even liked what they did with the setting, because it was like it was an attempt to sort of hard reset back to 3025. And I appreciated it. Mechs with internal combustion engines and shit. Lots of combined arms tactics. Mechs going back to being actually rare. A lot of good choices, but some real bad ones. See, an Automat, I live in 3025, man. That's my favorite era for the game. I might have missed it in Noah's Army. Run it by me. Yeah, no, I agree. The combined arms rule sets for classic Battletech at this point are like band-aids. They're not really integrated all that well. They've changed them a few times to try to make more sense out of them, but they've never really worked all that well. Which is, again, why I tell people, if you're going to Battletech and expecting it to be like Warhammer 40k, you're gonna have a bad time. Because it ain't, and it never will be. What did I do with the yellow? There's Gravelord Gray. This is me making the mistake of putting paints in multiple spots instead of putting it back in the same spot every damn time. There it is. Alpha Strike is like the underdeveloped proto version of what Battletech should be in the modern day. And I wish more than anything that CGL would devote some of the money that they've made recently to making Battletech Alpha Strike into the primary version of the game. It needs development. It needs more time and more money spent on it to make it truly great. It needs marketing. It needs some time spent to give it a unique identity from the classic version of the game and to make it really flow well. Because as it is right now, every time I played Alpha Strike, I'm always left with the same exact feeling, which is everything this game is doing for me, I can think of at least 2 games that do the mechanics of it better, with more options. And I don't mean more options in the sense that Battletech has like 30,000 different mechs, so I can mix and match the same stats in any way that I want to. I mean, like, these units need to have their own identity, and they lose all their identity in Alpha Strike. Do a layer of the yellow, unmixed, then a layer of orange on top. That's what I'm doing, Dwegham, and so far it's working. That's what I mean, Datron. It wasn't designed to be combined arms, so when they did it, it was kind of half-assed. I think that Alpha Strike needs a ground-up redesign and a major marketing push to make it the face of Battletech. If they put some development into it, it could be the next big thing. And this is the joke to me, is that Battletech clearly has Here's the, like, okay. So let's start with, I want to make a new game, right? I want to make a tabletop game and I want to bring it to market. First of all, that's almost impossible. It is incredibly difficult. I have massive respect for those people out there who are starting at the bottom and trying to be the next big thing. And I wish them all the best of luck. And I certainly support them where I am able, but I think that a harsh, realistic look at the world would tell you that that is going to work very rarely. Warhammer 40k works because they've already got such a huge portion of the market share, which they started cultivating years and years and years ago. There's this massive inertia when it comes to tabletop gaming. Getting people to try a new tabletop game is many times more difficult than getting them to try, say, a new video game. Because a new video game, it's out on Steam, you buy it, none of my friends play it, but I can play online with this kid in Korea, or I can play by myself. It's fine. And I only spent $60. Buying a new tabletop game, I gotta buy a box. I gotta choose a faction. I gotta spend $100 to $120 on a starter force. I've gotta build them. I've gotta paint them. I've gotta get a friend to play with me. He has to physically be there. We have to roll dice. We have to go to the store. We gotta bring our model. Like, it is infinitely more investment, not just of money, but of time and energy. So getting someone to try a new one is difficult. People default to the game that they know they're gonna be able to play. Which is why everybody plays 40k. Not because it's a particularly good game, and I maintain it isn't. I really genuinely maintain that Warhammer 40k is not a particularly good tabletop game. There are better rule systems out there, but everyone plays it. And I won't sit here and pretend that everyone plays it is not an important factor, because it is. Whether it's a good rule system or not, if nobody's playing it, what does it fucking matter? It doesn't. It really doesn't. This is a communal social experience. But what am I getting at here? Well, what I'm getting at is that for a game to succeed, you need more than good rules. You need a foothold. You need something that is going to put your game in front of people, that is going to motivate them to play it when all good sense says they probably shouldn't, that they should probably just pick up the latest product from Games Workshop. BattleTech has that already. BattleTech has a whole generation of fucking PC gamers and nerds by the nostalgic short hairs. Because when guys like you or I see BattleTech, we think fondly back to the days spent playing Mech Warrior 3, Mech Warrior 4, or Mech Warrior 2, more than likely, because that game was fucking amazing. Oh no, Star Reapers, I agree. I playtested the whole first, the core set, and I think 4 of the first waves for Star Wars Legion. I love that game. Fantasy Flight Games, it's a shame that they've gone back to just doing like board and card games, because between Star Wars Legion and Rune Wars, they were making awesome rule sets. Just fucking awesome rule sets. And Star Wars, that's a great example. Star Wars has that. Star Wars has that grab. They have that foothold. They have the foot in the door already of your mind and of your nostalgia. People are like, a Star Wars game? I don't give a shit if it's good or not. I'm gonna play it. Another good example is Marvel Crisis Protocol. If you release that exact same game under an unheard of independent IP, nobody's gonna touch it. A few people might. But for the most part, it's going to struggle. And for an example, I give you Warcaster from Privateer Press. It's their own private IP. It is struggling. It's a great game. But it's going to struggle. So the point of me talking about all this is to mention that BattleTech has that. BattleTech has that brand recognition. BattleTech has that nostalgia. And I am kind of astonished that Catalyst Game Labs is not better at capitalizing on it. That is something you can't fucking buy. There's no amount of money that you can spend to go back in time and establish a brand in someone's nostalgic childhood memories. It just doesn't work. It's temporally and physically impossible. And they need to seize that. You can't buy it. You can't fake it. But they're sitting there with it, and I wish that they'd be pushing Alpha Strike. I wish that they'd be pushing a new game system, but it's like Catalyst doesn't write rules. I don't know what's wrong with them exactly. Did you ever play Star Reapers? Did you ever play Rune Wars, the miniatures game? That game was fucking awesome. Okay, Shock. Even with my somewhat low opinion of Catalyst Game Labs, yes. Because it's so fucking obvious, I feel like a trained monkey could do it, and you know, I might roughly put CGL on the same level as trained, somewhat larcenous monkeys. Because, Roland, I'll tell you exactly why, Roland. You want an answer? Because Rune Wars is the most fun that I have had across from an opponent on the tabletop in like 20 years. The most raw fun, where things were happening and I was like, you know, tactical situations were evolving, and I was surprised at what my opponent did, and then I was able to think my way around the problem and adapt my own plan to counter them. Like, it was the most involved I've been with a tabletop game in a long time. A good tabletop game should have you making decisions all the time, and not just making decisions, but making decisions that matter so you feel involved with the game. And that was every single round of Rune Wars. Every single fucking round. I love that game. And also because Fantasy Flight killed it, and that sucks. What if there are time machines and all these corporations were made by Terminators? That is a completely different conversation, Firesmoke. Why would Skynet do... Okay, let's take your premise for a second and let's ask ourselves, why? What is the goal in this scenario? What is Skynet trying to do? I'll make it and dethrone them. I love it. I love it, Star Reapers, and I'll support you. I will. But I'm always concerned for new IPs in this marketplace. Always. Hey, Gus Schultz, how you doing today? Hamburg Tack. Oh, that's the old... I don't know why I only just saw that notification. That's silly. Romulus 1. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, my friend. I hope you're having a good day. Anybody else out there getting into Mantic games with the new Firefight release? We got a lot of players of a lot of different games around here. Those of you who are around regularly know that I dabble in almost every freaking system under the sun, just so long as Games Workshop ain't making it. Yes, please do, Data Nerd, because I'm such a fucking scatterbrain, I really need you to put it in front of me. When I was playtesting, I was the group leader, but I'll be the first to admit that it was my buddy who was sort of the second. He was always the one who was really, like, doing the logistics to make the playtest happen. I just rolled the dice and wrote the reports. I know my weaknesses. Well, some of them anyway. Painting Infinity just listened to the Renegade HPG and popped in. Oh, I hope you had fun. I think it's a tragedy that since that Renegade HPG podcast came out, Fang of the Sun Dugrum is no longer available in its entirety on YouTube, but I'm crossing my fingers and hoping that means maybe there's like a DVD or Blu-ray remaster coming out. I don't know. I can't say that there definitely is or isn't, but I am hoping. Skynet is trying to make Skynet and enslave humanity at the same time. Oh, this is just the... Oh no, this is the Ouroboros of bullshit. So basically just the plot of Terminator. Age of Sigmar with its, like, you get a reroll if you have a bigger beard than your opponent, that was... that was their blow against humanity. That was our Judgment Day. I've never played, like, I say I play all these systems. Romulus, I've never played Infinity. I've never played Infinity, and I'll be totally honest with you, the fact that it's almost exclusively metal models has stopped me on a number of occasions from trying it. But I understand it's a good game. And I'm hoping, because they've released at least one model in ScioRes, I'm hoping that they release more, because if they do a bunch of models in ScioRes, I'll jump in. ScioRes is an amazing material. Does that mean you're somehow responsible for it being removed? Let's not go too deep here. I'd hate to have to disappear you. Blue Eyes White Charizard. Be a character called Digimon in a game called Magic the Gathering. Oh, this is just like... This is some convergence of the spheres bullshit, is what I'm hearing. I hope that I'm honestly not responsible. Like, I'm glad people enjoy my rant on Renegade HPG, but if it turns out that I honestly was responsible for a bunch more people watching the show and thus them noticing it and removing it from YouTube, I am so fucking sad. Like, the natural response to that would be, oh, look at me, I have influence, isn't that amazing? But honestly, so fucking sad. I really hope that's not the case. Painted about 18 Reptilian Overlord Space Nom dudes in the first AP speed paint commercial. Thought it'd be neat. How did they come out, Dwegham? You know, Ari Painter gives out this little booklet. And I remember when I was working at my friendly local game store down in San Antonio to pass some time after I got out of Army. It's been the same booklet for years, but it's like this little, like, so you want to paint a model booklet. And it's like, here's how you clip it out of the sprue. Here's how you glue it together. Here's how you build it. Here's how you glue plastic to metal. Here's how you do primer. And it is honestly like, I have so much respect for that. I think that that's just so cool. I can't think of any other companies that have such a neat free resource available. Because it's like you get it in the packages of AP stuff that you buy, but you can also just go into the game store and pick it up off of a, like, there'll usually be a stack. They'll provide them to stores, and you just put out a stack of these little how to paint models pamphlets. And you go through it, and it tells you how to use their products, you know, here's how you use a paint, here's how you use a glaze, here's how you do a wash. And I was surprised upon my most recent browse through it that it's like, it's not all Mantic models, it's not all, like, sponsored models. They have models from Spiral, there's a Maelstrom's Edge model in there, like, they use models from a bunch of different producers. It's nice. It reminded me of the good old days of Warhammer 40k when you would go through your Space Marine Codex, and in the back of it was like, you know, you'd get past the, here's how you paint Imperial Fists or whatever, or, you know, why don't you paint some Ultramarines? You get past all that, and in the very, very back of the booklet, there was a section that was like, oh, so, you know, you want terrain for your game? Well, here's how you can make a bunker out of foam card. You know? And it would be like, photocopy this page and cut this template out and glue it together and you have a bunker. Or here's how you can make trees out of, like, putty and wire and stuff like that. It was the whole hobby section. And that, I remember when that disappeared and it was replaced with advertisements. When it went from, here's how you build a bunker, to here's a bunker you can buy from us, and here are the special rules you can use as long as you're using the one that we sold you. That marks, like, I think the day that I started to really lose respect for Games Workshop. And I'm not going to sit here and say that, like, that's, like, wrong. I get it. They're a business, they're trying to sell a product, and it makes perfect sense for what they're doing. I just don't like it. It's not that the advertisement is there. That's not the problem. The problem is what the advertisement replaced and what that represents to me. It's not great. I was still playing Games Workshop for a long time. I can remember the last time I did. I quit Games Workshop, I quit Warhammer 40k for a long time, and then I came back when the Adeptus Mechanicus got their own army, because I was like, that's fucking cool, they have a really great aesthetic, let's play as them. And I built my whole AdMech force, and that was back when you could still ally with, like, a Blood Angels detachment, and then you could take the Blood Angels drop pods. And it was before AdMech had their own infantry transports, so I would partner them with a Blood Angels detachment, I would take the minimum required to make it viable, and then I built myself a couple of termites that I used as drop pods. I made them out of, like, old G.I. Joe toys. I've still got them around somewhere. I don't know where. I spent, like, months getting the parts and converting them and doing all this stuff. I brought them to a game table. Well, okay. It was two things. And I'll be totally honest about it. I brought them to a game table, and this would have been the first incident, and I remember this was my grand realization that I hate pickup games and I love garage games with my friends, because I got a pickup game at my friend at the local game store, and this dude was like, oh, I have a detachment with a Psyker, and my Psyker casts this spell and that spell, and now my Imperial Guard Gatling tank can shoot through all cover, and I kill half your force on turn 1 before you activate. And I'm like, this is fun! I'm so glad I'm playing this game! And then the real kicker for me was, shortly after that, they changed it so you couldn't take the Blood Angels detachment anymore. And yeah, or I think that was it. You could not use the drop pod if you weren't part of the detachment. So like the army that I spent months converting was just suddenly, poof, just useless, and I was irritated. And it wasn't like that was the first time that it happened. Games Workshop had invalidated my armies a number of times before that, and that was the last straw, though. That was, I'm not doing this anymore. I've done it too many times. And since then, they've done nothing but validate my decision by doing shitty thing after shitty thing. So, you know, here we are today. Now, that said, as with other things, as with the Star Trek shows, if you're like, but I want to play Games Workshop games, I don't judge you, and I never will. Because you should play what your friends are playing. You should play the games that you can get. And the fact is, people play 40K. And I have a hard time not recommending Games Workshop games as first games, because as much as I want to be like, you should play Maelstrom's Edge, you should play this, you should play that, if I recommend to you a game that nobody is playing, and you buy it, and you build the models, and you go, guys, come play this wild game with me, and they're like, what the fuck are you doing? We want to play Warhammer 40K. You're going to have a bad experience, and I don't want anybody who's new to the hobby to have that experience. That's not good for anybody. So, you know, take all my advice with a grain of salt. Honestly, only you can know what's going to be right for you. Though I do hope, truly hope, that if you're in this chat, if you're new to the hobby, if you dig what I do, you're picking up what I'm laying down. I do hope that I can at least expose you to other game systems that you might not be aware of, because it's very easy to get into tabletop gaming and think, oh, it's just Warhammer. Warhammer's the one and it's the only one. They want you to believe that. I laugh with Matt Yee about the phrasing that they use in their articles talking about getting into the Warhammer hobby, which is such an insidious sort of language. Getting into the Warhammer hobby. The Warhammer hobby. What the fuck? I hate that. And the thing is, like, that's not by accident. They didn't choose that word by accident. Some weaselly, sneaky fucking marketer was like, if we call it the Warhammer hobby, it's like the wargaming is just us. It's like people won't even realize that other games and other companies exist. Yes. They can trap their wallets. That's fucking annoying. Games Workshop, you may be the big boys in town. You may have been for a long time, and you may be for a long time to come, but you did not invent this hobby. And obviously, me saying this on my stream is going to put chills down their spine. I mean, obviously, how could it not? Right? Switching off to that Gravelord Grave for a few pieces here. Add a bit of interest. Games Workshop has gone through so many gyrations. I remember when they used to say that. We're just a miniature company. They're full on into making as many games as they can now. If anything, they make too many games. They will wholesale invent a game, and then for the sole purpose of selling a new range of models for their primary game, and then stop supporting it. It's fucking crazy. But you know, I'll bring up the same thing that I said about Star Wars and Star Trek earlier. I can blame them all I want, but here's the thing. It's working. They're making money. We're voting with our wallets, and what we're voting for is more of what they're doing. So, can I say it's wrong? I guess I could say it's wrong. I can't say that it's ineffective. The people want it. Yeah, Cursed City. They have so many boxes like that where it's like, it's a board game. It's a fucking expansion box for Warhammer, damn it. Pretending like it isn't is just insulting. That's just as insulting as that Ravaged Star Kickstarter where it's like, it's a board game. No, it's a fucking Chaos Space Marine proxy pack. And pretending that it's not is beyond insulting. It is the fundamental issue with what marketing has become in the modern economy, where it's just like, they'll just tell you fucking lies that are so blatant, that are so stupid, that there's no way anyone would ever believe them because they're not meant to be believed. It's existing in a world of half-truths and falsehoods, and it's fucking disgusting. I'm sorry, that might have been a bit of an aggressive rant for for the level of discourse I like to keep us at here, but it does bug me. It's a board game. All I see when I saw that Ravaged Star shit was like, you're just like, what? You're selling the minis and you're including a bunch of fucking cardboard that people are just gonna throw away. Nobody's gonna play that fucking game. They're buying it because they're Chaos Space Marines. And if the argument is, oh, well, that legally protects them, well, then the law is fucking stupid. That is so blatant. I'm sorry. It does bug me, though. I don't mean to complain quite so violently. Yeah, shock, unfortunately, that's the truth of it. Or bring it back because they actually listened, like the squats. Yeah, I give them credit for that. I think bringing back the squats is that's a stand-up move. We'll see how the League of Votan ultimately ends up looking. I was saying earlier, I'm afraid that it's going to suffer from the Games Workshop. How Games Workshop forgot that it was making a funny game years ago, and they started trying to make a serious game, and that's really depressing. And the Leagues of Votan are going to be serious and move away from their Space Dwarf roots. I don't know that that's the case, but I fear that it is. There's probably truth to what you're saying, Dwegham, but it's just like... I guess like so many things, I'll just say I can't sit here and say that what they're doing is wrong, but I personally do not respect it. I think that it's just idiotic. But, you know, on the other hand, they made $1 million, so what the fuck do I know? Likely to be too serious. That's what I got from the first model. But again, we've only seen one model, so that's impossible to really judge anything on. We shall see, as they show more teasers and more figures, what the leagues are going to be like. It's one of the reasons I prefer Mantic's range and like their Forge Fathers even to these new squats is the Forge Fathers are fun. They got like beards built into their armor and they're kind of goofy. The game doesn't take itself too seriously. And that is the great downfall of 40k for me these days, is that, man, does it ever take itself seriously. Even the Space Marines are like tactical, serious, modern soldiers now, and I'm like, man, we're space monks, man. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh yeah, Beaky. Yeah. Fair dues, Vergata Run, Curse City, and Blackstone Fortress are at least decent board games, but those are a drop in the bucket of the titles that they've released that have sucked and have been forgotten. Now, I'm doing this as a base for a metallic dry brush. On the weapons. Which, this is something I definitely recommend this Gravelord Gray for. If you apply this Gravelord Gray over a white base coat and then dry brush it silver, it looks fantastic. This is a flamethrower, so I think I'll do this little tank on top in red. Playing with the new toys again. That's what toys are for, Stila, and technically anything's a toy if you play with it. Stila Rebel, how are we doing tonight? Can we get a shout out, pretty please? For the talented, the lovely handed, because she unfortunately was born without a face. Stila Rebel. Always a pleasure to see you in chat. Are those the vermin? Man wrote, these ones that I'm doing? No. Hang on. I need to rebase my Veermin. Some of these are still on the old ones. This is one of the nightmares, the big rats. We're going to be doing these guys in the near future. Here's one of the older paint jobs that I did on them. I like their nasty-ass bare arms. Blah, stabby rat man. They're cool figures. I like the Veermen. Yeah, we complained about Star Trek already. Oh, Stila, this'll piss you off like it pissed me off. You wanna get pissed off? You wanna hear something that's gonna piss you off? I'll tell you. Actually, if you've been watching Mike and Rich talk about the new episodes, you might have heard it already. Oh my. Oh my. 8-bit sweater. How are you doing today, my friend? Welcome in, Raiders. 8-bit, how was your stream? I did not get a chance to stop in. And folks, if you're not following 8-bit sweater yet, I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing? I know he's been recommended to you. All that can mean is that you're not clicking on your recommended channels on the Twitch sidebar. So what happened to you? Why not? Why aren't you following 8-bit sweater? Follows are free, folks. Go give that man a follow. Check out his next stream. Very professional, lovely stream, excellent painter. You stopped watching them halfway through? You've saved yourself some. Then Stila Rebel. Skella Egg, good to see you as well. Welcome in, folks. We're not doing anything super exciting today. We're pretty much just fooling around with the new Army Painter speed paints. We're not doing anything award-winning today. We're just getting some figures done for the most part. I'm a Skaven fan, so vermin were up my alley. Yeah, I like the Skaven too. I like rats. I like rat men pretty much all the time. The fact that they're a space rat men made me very, very happy. That's what really drew me in. And then it turns out I liked the rest of what they had going on too. I haven't seen the new desk. Is it on Instagram? Maybe I missed it. Let me give a little bit more to this. I didn't go quite as thick as I honestly should. You can't be afraid of slathering these on. They really shine when you go heavy on the speed paint. You gotta give it some body for it to self-level, you know? Oh, Skella Egg, it's going just fine. Thank you so much for asking. You know, I'm getting work done. I got some modeling done earlier that needed doing, and I'm gonna get some more done later tonight, so that's something. TikTok and Insta? Okay, I'll check it out. I miss stories a lot of the time. I'm old. So I see Instagram stories, and I, like, you know, I shake my cane at the clouds, and I move on with my day. But I should probably look at them from time to time. Okay, Steela, I'm going to tell you something. Are you ready? Steela, are you listening? I want to make sure. I want to make sure you're listening, because I want to know that my words are going to hurt you the way they should. I probably shouldn't phrase it that way. Whatever, it's too late now. Far from abandoned. My intent is actually to try doing some oils over speed paints to see if I can't make up for the inherent weaknesses of the speed paint in a really, really quick way, but we're not doing that yet. Alright, Steela Rebel, so I got one for you. Are you ready? In the latest episodes of Star Trek Picard, we have been dealing with a young Guinan who, in, I believe, the year 2024, has a bar on Earth. The bar is on 10 Forward Street. That's not the thing, by the way. I'm sure right now you're going, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. And you're right, it doesn't. But that's not the thing. I just want to let that settle for a second. I want you to comprehend that. Because that's just dumb. That's not really, like, insulting. It's just silly. Okay. So then, and this was linked on Mike and Rich's latest episode, and then I clicked over to the interview. There's an interview that Patrick Stewart has been doing as part of the marketing and promotion for the show, where Patrick Stewart says that they're getting into something that they've never gotten into in Star Trek before. They're going to address something that he thinks is so cool that had never had an answer before. And that's where Guinan got the name for her bar on the Enterprise. Now, there may be some people in chat right now who are thinking to themselves, what the fuck is this idiot talking about? What does that even mean? What is the significance of that? You might not have watched Star Trek The Next Generation. Though, I do advise it. If you haven't watched Star Trek The Next Generation, go watch it. But I'll sum it up for you as succinctly as I can. Guinan is a character who has a bar that she runs on the Star Trek Enterprise D, which is the ship in Star Trek The Next Generation. That bar is called 10 Forward. The name of it was explained in the very first season when an energy wave was passing through the ship, and the captain asked where it was hitting, and we see that it's hitting Guinan's bar. And Worf says, Deck 10, forward section. Is it clicking? Because 10 forward is Deck 10, forward section. It's literally the very front of the ship. It's the front, it's the tip of the saucer of the big saucer dish on the Enterprise. Deck 10, forward section. Now, does that really matter? Thunderhead, is that really something to get upset about? Is that really something you get upset about? It's the name of a bar. It's the location on the ship. Come on, it's silly. It's sci-fi. The problem is that this means that the showrunners and the actors and the writers didn't watch the goddamn show and never fucking care. Like, it's so fucking obvious. Anyway, I won't rant anymore about it, because most people probably don't care. And honestly, why should you? And if you don't care about it, I'm not encouraging you to start caring about it, because frankly, you're only going to wind up bitter and angry like me. And I don't wish that on anyone. But, that's pretty fucking stupid. That would be like Star Wars going on for a while, and then the new Star Wars coming out, and them being like, oh, we answered a question that has been lingering in Star Wars fans' minds for the last 50 years. Why do they call them X-Wings? They call them X-Wings because they were designed by a Dr. X. It's as if they're just looking me right in the face and calling me a fucking idiot. Which, to be fair, they might not be wrong. But I cannot help but be irritated at the act. More than anything, it was painful to hear Patrick Stewart say it. Because he's just a doddering old man at this point. Skella B, you lurk away. Gotta hit the road. Oh, thank you so much. You drive safe, Skella Egg. Don't you go getting into any of them Skella fender benders. We don't want that. Yeah. Hamburg, I feel like that's a little less egregious. The Solo thing in Solo, like, that's stupid. But it's not directly contradicting anything. You know? It's dumb, but it's not rewriting something that had already been written. There was no official reason that his last name was Solo besides, well, his last name is Solo. But, okay. Fair enough. Is that true, Saber TS? Oh, that 8-bit sweater, he's a good guy. It's a good stream. I can think of worse ways you could have found me. Can I, actually? I might be lying. How? What's a worse way that you could have found? That doesn't even make sense. God, sometimes, guys, I just say words. They don't mean anything. What do they call them? TIE fighters when they always... Yeah, that's a good one, Shock21. They're called TIE fighters because they're designed to, not to win, but to make a draw. To bring everything to a tie. That's a great example. Because then every fucking nerd, every Star Wars nerd is like, that stands for Twin Ion Engine. What are you talking about? There's literally no reason to change that or even to address it unless you didn't know it. And if you didn't know it, why are you writing? Fuck. Roland, you have been here since the beginning. I don't think you found me. I think you... I'm pretty sure that I hit, like, start stream the first time, and you were just, like, spun into existence from the ether. All makes sense if you think that it's not a show, it's not a piece of entertainment, it's evil and despicable, and I'm not watching it. I love the way you think, and I love the way you express your thoughts, Steela. It is evil, and it is despicable, and no, I'm not watching it either, but I still am, like, consuming it through Mike and Rich, and I'm not sure what it is about people like me, where we have to do that, where we torture ourselves. I'm comfortable, though, with the notion that I hate watch things, and I'm comfortable with the notion that a lot of people don't understand it. I don't fully understand it, but I do it. Oh, yes, Roland, but if you were spawned along with all the requisite members of your family with pre-written memories, you would remember those things. She would remember those things despite the fact that they never actually happened. It's a lot like The Matrix. There are better examples of that than The Matrix, but that's the only one I could think of in the moment. It's like Dark City. It's a better example, I feel like. Pretty similar, being honest. Except for the Rufus Sewell of it all. That's very different. Not even that. It's using the Star Trek name to promote certain things, and that's disgusting. Yeah, it really is trash. You're probably right, Romulus One, but they're also doing weird shit like making references to Gary 7. And for those of you who might be unfamiliar with Star Trek the original series, Gary 7 was... What was the name of the episode? Was the episode called Gary 7? It was a backdoor pilot that they tried to do in Star Trek the original series for what was essentially a spin-off show about an alien race, or a character who was from an alien race. And it was fucking trash. It was so dumb. It was wholly unwelcome, and they abandoned it soon thereafter. And in the latest episodes of Picard, they've worked Gary 7 back into the plot, which is confusing, because it's like, I have a hard time believing... Assignment Earth, thank you. I have a hard time believing that anybody who's watching Picard fucking watched Assignment Earth. I think hate watching is how I survive. Here's the thing, man, Rufusal. Who said this? There's this phrase was attributed to somebody. 90% of everything is shit. And that applies to absolutely everything. And I think if you think about this, you'll realize that it's absolutely correct. 90% of everything is shit. But I still have to consume things. And so in order to consume the things that are shit, I have to just revel in hating them. Is it healthy? I'll leave that for you to determine. Let's do a couple of spot colors and then do our orange. The red. Stila, the red. Sturgeon's Law. Thank you, Data Nerd. This was a single application of the Speedpaint Blood Red over a Zenithal Prime. And this was a stress test for me because the contrast paints are notoriously awful on flat surfaces and with hard edges or like over broad surfaces. And this came out beautifully. For being a single, quickly applied layer of paint, this is fucking beautiful. I'm very impressed with the Speed Paint Red. How does the green look? So we did this one, Roland. I haven't done anything more with it since the time that we tested it, but this was some of the green mixed with a bit of the yellow. Down here it was mostly green, this was green and gray, and then this is the green, gray, and yellow. And yeah, this came out pretty nice. And again, worked surprisingly well over large flat surfaces. Saber TS, I intend to do that with some. For these guys, for the Forge Fathers, this is as far as I'm taking them, is with a little bit of extra detail. But I intend to continue using these speed paints. I ordered the larger set, and I'd like to try them as a base for doing more complicated paint jobs. For this team, though, this is the standard that I'm working them to. And I was able to do each of these in about 15 minutes, which ain't bad, really. Can you paint over them without them breaking? I have not experienced that. I've done multiple layers, and I have painted over them, and I have not had them reactivate like some people have complained about. I'm not saying that they won't, but I have not recreated that. What did I do with my red? I just had... Oh, there it is. It was in my hand. Yeah. It's, like, these are... a great way to do a forest really, really fast just using them, or using this as a base to build something on top of. How do they compare to Rainy River Design? So, as far as I know, now Kursala has said that he is attempting to, or has formulated something that operates very similarly, and it's a unique combination of staining power, and it has a lot to do with, like, the surface tension of it, how it flows, how it pools, how it dries, how transparent it is while still being vibrant. It's a careful balance. I know that Kursala is working on, or has worked on, something similar, and I personally am eager to try it. They have their overlays, which are like glazes, which don't function exactly the same way, though I do intend to try using the overlays to tint some of these, because you can absolutely get more mileage out of your speed paints by controlling the color that they're going down over, and they mix together fairly well, too. Want to see another one of those done up in the red overlay, maybe with about 10% of the black mixed in? You know, we'll do some direct comparisons, Kursala. Here's the red going down again, which, again, I find the red very impressive. It's surprisingly vibrant. This was always my least favorite color from Citadel's contrast line. The red wound up super duper washed out and desaturated. I have not had that issue with these at all. So I got the starter set Bulldozer, and I've been doing all this with the starter set, and after using it a little bit, I went in on and ordered the mega set, so I'll be able to give my thoughts on that once it gets here. It has ship that's coming from the UK, so I'll probably have it in about a week. Flesh Terror's red, Blood Angel's red, yeah. So in the starter set, it's this Blood Red is the base one they have, and it is very much a blood red, kind of like an ox blood. They've got another red in the mega set that I'm interested to try. They have some really interesting colors in the mega set. They're not badly priced either. This is about on par with the rest of the paints from the Army Painter line. And I mean, if nothing else, if these were no better than the contrast paints from Games Workshop, if they were exactly the same, which they are better, they come in dropper bottles. And that is a huge benefit. All right, let me shake up my orange. You know, Kursala, I'm curious, and I'll pick some models that I have a bunch of the same one of. Why do my lights just go out? Oh, that's why. There's a switch in line with the wiring on these lights, and I just flicked it with my toe. I've never done that. Oh, that is a Typhoon paint mixer is what that is. How did the purple one come out? The purple one is the only one that I haven't liked, and so far I'm attributing this to user error until I try it again. It's a very dark purple. I think this really wants to be over a pure white primer, and I think maybe I applied it poorly. I don't know. I don't love this one. Again, it is a very dark purple. Maybe I just did it wrong. I haven't had any problems with any of the other ones. They heard me bad-mouthing contrast paints. They're like, fuck that guy specifically. Cut his feed. Tried with an airbrush? Not yet. This is only my third time using them overall. I intend to experiment a lot more with them, though, because I'm having fun with them. And I intend to try using these as a base and then oil painting over them. So that just to get some of the vibrancy that you get in oil paints, because these are much more vibrant and much more saturated than contrast paints, but they're still not as saturated as you're going to get with a lot of just straight paint jobs. And I think that using the transparency and the vibrancy of oil paints over top of them could be interesting. There is a white speed paint that's in the mega set, Stila. I'm curious about that one. I don't know if I'm going to like that one. People have had issues with AP speed painting and contrast in reviews. What do you mean, Time Stop? I'm curious what in particular. What's the price on the full set? I think on Miniature Market, the full set goes for like 80 bucks. That seems right. I was able to get one on Amazon, not on Amazon, on eBay for like 100 bucks. And that was me just eating $20 so I didn't have to wait for them to restock. I think I got the starter set for like $30. Miniature Market so far seems to have the best prices. These things are just kind of moving quick, so it's just the trick of getting them when they're in stock. I do appreciate that Miniature Market has a feature where you can have them email you when a certain item comes back in stock. I like Miniature Market. Is there a reason that I shouldn't be... Because I feel like this has happened a lot of times in my life where I'm like, I like this company, and someone's like, oh, but they did this bad thing you don't know about. Is there like some reason I shouldn't be shopping at Miniature Market? Before I give them more money, just out of curiosity? No, they're the best? Okay, cool. Oh my god, I was literally about to say that, pun expected. Like, I looked up and I read what you said. I was literally about to make a joke of someone be like, yeah, if they, like, kicked your dog or something. I don't know if that's, like, ironic or clever or interesting, or if it just indicates that we're both really unoriginal. Like, I'm not sure what. I'll let you decide that. And so you get... I'm enjoying mixing these with other things, because like I'm showing here, you put the orange over the yellow and you get this nice vibrant orange. You do the orange over white and it comes out a little bit brown. So I would encourage you, if you're using these speed paints, try different things with them. Don't just lay them on their own. Combine them with washes. Combine them with other transparent colors. Do interesting things with your base coats. It means we're besties, finishing each other's sandwiches. Oh my god, my wife and I say that all the time. Anytime one of us is like, it's like they're finishing each other's, and then the other one will cut in with sandwiches. Probably buy from Ares. Yeah. I'll give you the opportunity to get some more Mech Warrior stuff with it. I think these are going to be great for painting Battletech, by the way. Sandwiches. I'll be able to make a lighter purple just by mixing the blue and red. Quite possibly, Steela, they do mix well. And that might be something that we should try. Now, the blue that comes in the starter set is a dark blue. It's this High Lord blue. And it's pretty rich, but it is fairly dark. When I applied it on its own, it came out like this. Like, holy moly. They've got some lighter blues in the larger set. GM Kaylee, we were just talking about you. Well, maybe not just, but we did talk about you a little bit. We were talking about paint brands, and I was talking shit about Apple Barrel, and then we did have to note that we know some people who have gotten some great results out of Apple Barrel paints. But let me... GM Kaylee, were you here for when we were testing the speed paints? I can't remember. I'm sorry. I may have even talked to you, but it can be difficult for me sometimes to remember if I spoke to a specific person on a specific stream. You were here. You saw what we did with the blood red speed paint, right? Like, this is so fucking easy. And I know that you've been doing some sort of light. Made a boo-boo, slept on the floor with my bad hip, woke up with the, oh, tear, I am so stewed. Oh my god, as someone who has problems like that, and you have my absolute sympathies. That sucks. But I mean, look at that orange. I believe that you would struggle to get as rich an orange out of contrast paints. And I mean, like, if you just use this as a starter place for an orange and then built up your own highlights, it would look amazing. I think this looks perfect for tabletop quality minis, though. And this hasn't even fully settled yet. Like, this, you know, give it some time. You can also kind of control what it does, what I do with the crystals, and I'll show you in a minute. In fact, I'll just do it right now. Why the fuck not? I found this worked pretty well. Let's do it. I just had the blue in my hand. There it is. God, I'm so bad about that. This is the High Lord Blue. And what I'm going to do with it, I'm going to give it just a teeny drop of water. Just a teeny drop of water to thin it a little bit. You really don't need to or want to thin these most of the time. If you use them for a while, I think you'll learn when and where you do want to thin them. But I had some good luck thinning the High Lord Blue slightly when doing these crystals. And because I wanted them to be lighter towards the top, what I do is I take the majority of the paint that's on my brush, and I kind of stab it down into the base of the crystals, down towards the bottom, and get most of the paint off my brush that way. I'm going to jam it down in there pretty good. I got a little up here, but that's okay. And kind of wipe away excess, and then take it and draw it up towards the top. And it will naturally be thinner up towards the top where you're drawing it, and then on top of that, it will sort of run down along the surface. You can get sort of a decent gradient that way. Push it where you want it to pool. It's reasonably effective and easy to do. Wondering which some of them will be worth it. I can definitely say the red is. I like the orange in tandem with the yellow. The only one that I haven't had good results with, and again, I attribute it currently to user error more than anything else, is the purple. We'll try the purple on more things and see how it comes out. And also, as a preparation method, I do recommend a zenithal highlight followed by a white dry brush, also in the zenithal style. Which all that means is when you do your white dry brush, only use down strokes on the mini. It does particularly well if you do it that way. If you do not have an airbrush, though, if you just prime spray black and then do the zenithal dry brush of white, that's also very effective. You just want to push that contrast. The more contrast the mini has in monochrome, the more it's going to have when you apply this. Art of Bianca, it's going very well. How are you doing today? Good to see you in chat again. Folks, if you're not following Art of Bianca, what can I say? Such a delightful stream. Yeah, that works. Let's do the rest of the crystals, then go back to doing my orange. Just gonna lay in bed. Yeah, that sounds like that's probably best alt here. Don't push yourself, man. That sucks. I really like the red, though. Like I said, right now, we're just doing baseline, kind of using almost just speed paint and nothing else. I'm kind of excited to try this as a base for some other techniques. Just as, like, a hobby cheat, like, just skipping ahead a bit, you know? Purple might make a good crystal. I think you're right. I wanted to save that for another force. I wanted to go with blue to kind of balance out the orange in this case. I'm going to be using these bases for a lot of things, and I figured just changing the color of the dirt and the crystals will take these bases a long way. I thought for Space Dwarfs it made sense, you know? They're all about the rock and stone. It's a good opportunity to add that little splash of cool color. Dude, Deep Rock Galactic is a fucking great game. Phoenix Hawk, not Shadow Hawk. Wait, hold on. Planning on making a lance based around the Hawk. Any advice? Gonna paint it like Striker Eureka. Okay, first of all, that's fucking awesome. Striker Eureka is the shit. And you know what? I got something just for you. It's not Striker, but it should get you there. I do love Striker, though. Such a beautiful machine. And secondly, he chose the wrong Hawk, man. The Shadow Hawk is obviously better. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The Phoenix Hawk is a great mech, and if that's what you like, that's what you like. I will say, though, I'm a Shadow Hawk man. And mine until the planet is dead, then use the core to create a huge forge. Wait, is that actually a thing in the lore? I'll be completely honest with you, Deadzone Podcast. I don't know anything about the Warpath lore, so please feel free to lay it on me. No, it's not the same mini. Why do I not have any of my painted Shadowhawks here? I'm just a goober like that. This is what the Shadowhawk looks like, or at least this is what the old style of Shadowhawk looked like. You'll always recognize it because it's one of the only ones that has the gun that sticks over the shoulder this way. You hold your tongue for Godarong. I don't even care if it's true. Shadowhawk is old. I'll tell you the biggest difference between the two. Shadowhawk, this one, came from an anime called Fang of the Sun Dougram. Both designs are borrowed from animes. The Shadowhawk came from Fang of the Sun Dougram. The Phoenix Hawk came from Macross, also known as Robotech. I'm not even going to address that, oh Coral. I'm not even going to touch it. Saw Pacific Rim is on HBO Max, makes me think of you every... That's because, dude, I saw Pacific Rim. I don't even care. Someone in chat might judge me right now. I want you to know, right now, I don't give a shit. Judge away. I saw Pacific Rim in theaters no fewer than, it may be more, but I can confirm at least 8 different occasions. I went to the theaters and I paid money and I sat down and I watched that fucking movie. I should tell you something about the fucking mania that you're dealing with here. I would go to the gym in the morning and I would get on the elliptical and I'd turn on the Pacific Rim soundtrack, you know, the and I'd be like on the elliptical, and as I'm getting my workout, I'm like, I'm gonna go watch Pacific Rim after this. I fucking love that movie. Oh yeah, Altair. It is. You know, Hamburg, I have to agree. It's a shame they never, ever, ever made a sequel. Ever. What? Romulus, are you talking about this one? Is that the one you're talking about? Because we got that one too. Dude, I grew up on Robot Jocks. Very much so, Mr. Altier. And fuck yeah, to wear a Wildstar. Pacific Rim for me is the hold on. Mandrake War is nuts. The Council of Seven lured... The Council of Seven, that's the human corporate council, right? Lured a shit ton of marauders, that's the space orcs, to a planet, and then blew it up. Well, that's a hell of a plan. You don't get the appeal of Pacific Rim. Automat Americana, it's another movie where it's like, if you don't like it, I don't think that I would really try to convince someone that much. Because Pacific Rim is a love letter to a childhood spent watching mecha anime and Super Sentai. If you don't like... If you, for instance, don't love Power Rangers, I wouldn't expect you to get that excited about Pacific Rim. But if you do love Power Rangers, it is gonna set off the nostalgia inside of you so fucking hard. And I think part of the appeal of it is that it is a wholly uncynical film. Ultraman, yes, great example, Gimishkar. And see, that makes sense. If you're not into that, then I wouldn't expect it to really appeal to you. But it wasn't made to have that general appeal either. It was, you know, it's like I said, it's a totally uncynical film. You want to say it's about robots, but it's not. It's not really about robots. Robots are the central, Pacific Rim didn't have that ridiculous plastic low-budget cosplay feel that Power Rangers had. No, Bianca. In fact, precisely the opposite. It has a weightiness to everything. And what's funny is there were a lot of complaints that the robots moved too slow in Pacific Rim, and that blew my mind. Because, I mean, the best way to explain it, and I'll just do it simply, is that I take my arm right here, right? And I extend it into a punch. Bam! Takes a fraction of a second to do that, right? Look at my fist go. And it's traveling at the speed that it's traveling, okay? Now take this arm and make it 50 feet long. And accelerate it to an even greater degree than I am now. And to travel the 50 feet, it's gonna go woomph, like that. And it's moving incredibly fast, and it is accelerating a huge amount of mass. And that's what Guillermo del Toro understood when he made that movie. They look relatively like they're moving slow, but they're traveling hundreds of feet when they move. I think the best shot, and I need to get a clip of this, the best shot in Pacific Rim for me is right in the beginning. When Gypsy Danger is fighting Knifehead, and, oh, that's because Transformers is dog shit, Bianca, but, you know, Michael Bay, yeah. The Jaegers in Pacific Rim have distinct designs and profiles, and they have pleasing artistic shapes and inspirations. The robots in Transformers are just big messes of uninspired CG. But there's a shot in the beginning of the movie when Gypsy is fighting Knifehead, and this is the moment where I was like, I'm gonna love this movie. Where the Gypsy punches Knifehead a couple of times, and Knifehead's kind of stunned and goes down, and then Gypsy brings up both of her arms, and it's like, you hear this ratcheting sound. It goes like, click, 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 as the arms come up like this, and then the shoulders drop down and go clunk and lock into place, and it blares that air horn and just goes whoop, boom, and hammers with both fists. There is so much weight, so much fucking power just in the way that it's shot, and like in that moment, I was like, I'm gonna watch this movie again. oh, I'm gonna watch this movie again. And there's so many references to like old Toho movies, like if you enjoyed old Toho Godzilla movies, if you enjoyed War of the Gargantuas, like Pacific Rim is a genre movie for a genre that many people never watched. And I think that's why it struggled. Because it's like you have to already be into the subject matter to really enjoy it. Yeah, distinct fighting styles, but the core of the movie, if I can talk for a moment about the core of Pacific Rim and why I truly love it, it's not just the robots. I love the robots, the mechs. Is that Pacific Rim has such a totally uncynical, positive message. And it does, because Pacific Rim isn't really about robots. It's not about mechs. Pacific Rim is about... It's not even just about teamwork. It is about teamwork, but it's about togetherness. It's about... Yeah, damn right, Roland. It's not a fight, it's a conversation. It's about... I think that they kind of... Like, literally everything in Pacific Rim is a metaphor for the human species working together. From the very first montage, where they show people building the Jaegers, and they go out of their way to... It's not just a montage of cool machines building cool machines. They show the workers, they show the designers, they show the pilots sacrificing their health to make it work, they show the people building the mechanisms, they talk about... countries pooling their resources, forgetting old rivalries, and then they are very, very careful to show that you can't run one on your own. You cannot. And I know some people complained about that. Oh, it's stupid. Why do you need two people to run one? That's a metaphor, man. Because no one can stand up against the problems of the world on their own. Because you can't solve the world's problems with your own two hands, but if we stand together, if we stand as one, if we lean on each other, if we don't just give each other our strengths, but we make up for our weaknesses, we can do anything. It's important, for instance, that both of the main characters are broken people. Both of them have lost everything in their lives, have had their lives taken from them, have had their families taken from them. Neither one of them believes themselves to be truly capable of standing up to the problems of the world, but when these broken people can lean on one another, they become something so much more. They become something powerful. As Raleigh says, you can fight the hurricane and you can win. I love that movie. And as I said, it's a truly uncynical message. It's just feel good, and sometimes that's what we need. It's not trying to tell you that humanity is dark and you should be ashamed of yourself and evil this and evil that, corporations and der. No, man. It's just trying to tell you that mankind is more than the sum of its parts. That the world doesn't have to be dog eat dog. I love it for that. I love the movie for that. I love Guillermo del Toro for that. He's a child in a grown man's body, and God bless him. And the pilots aren't having sex to drive the mech. Yeah, that's nice too. The engineering for the two-pilot system makes no sense, but the storytelling is worth it. Yeah, like, it doesn't have to make sense. Furthermore, as far as the really cool filmmaking goes and the sheer technical achievements of the film, some of you may not be aware of this, and I think you'll find it interesting. If you watched the movie, the pilot chamber that they're in, where they lock their feet in and they have the mechanical arm attached to their back, that's all a set. The big spinning wheels on the side, that's part of the set. The whole room is a set. The only part of that wasn't a set is when you look forward and you see the display screen, and when you look down and you see the weird whirring gears and shit. That's CG. The rest of that is a set. It's not just a set, it's a set on hydraulics that goes up 2 stories and can drop 1 full story. When they're in that thing, they're attached to mechanical arms, and the set is going moving around as the actors are trying to perform. It's fucking crazy. Humanity, fuck yeah. Yeah, right? So, Scud, these are not new. These are older. These Forge Fathers minis have been out for a while, but there are new Mantic minis. I'll have some of them in the near future, but yeah, these ones have been out for a few years. I really love Pacific Rim, you guys. I know I can just get off on talking about it quite a lot. I'll try to rein that in some, but you get me started and I'll just go and go and go. I'm a Guillermo del Toro fan, though. I love basically everything the man's ever done. Even, like, he has movies I don't love. Like, I think Crimson Peak isn't really that great of a movie. It's a very pretty movie, and I think that's all it was meant to be. But God bless. You know, there's another one. We were talking about David Lynch earlier. Now, even if you don't like all his work, you kind of have to respect him as an artist. And Guillermo's the same way. I respect what he's trying to do, even if I don't necessarily love every single bit of it. We are using the AP speed paints on them, though. That's new. Definitely working slower tonight, but I attribute that to the fact that I'm streaming. Crimson Peak is very pretty. I didn't really care for the story all that much. It was just kind of a fairly, like, bog standard gothic ghost story. No, I think that's true, Automat. Guillermo del Toro certainly has never set out to try to tell you what to think. He's only ever... I feel like Guillermo's only, like, similar to David Lynch, Guillermo is making the movies that he wants to watch. And there's a purity to that. Guillermo del Toro and Pete Travis made Pacific Rim because they fucking love the ideas and the visuals in it, and it excited them to make it. And that was enough. That's why I like, you know, Pacific Rim 2 fucking sucks, and, but I do not feel in any way insulted on behalf of Guillermo del Toro, because I feel certain that Guillermo del Toro doesn't give a shit. Because Guillermo, when he's done with a project, like when he's said what he wants to say, he moves on and he does something else. I don't think Guillermo wanted to make a sequel to Pacific Rim. I don't think Pacific Rim needs a sequel. The story was done. It's over. We're out of there. He's not a franchise guy. My go-to feel-good story is the Devil May Cry series. You know, that's one that I never really got into. I played the very first Devil May Cry game, and nothing after that. Not one game after that. Didn't they reboot it at a certain point? I still haven't watched Nightmare Alley. I mean to. The Devil's Spine? I haven't seen that one. I like the one where the lady banged a fishman. Yes, Gimishkar, there was supposed to be a Hellboy 3, but I think that there was supposed to be a Hellboy 3 not necessarily because Guillermo was in love with the story of Hellboy, but more because Guillermo loves making movies with Ron Perlman. If you listen to interviews with the two of them, Guillermo and Ron Perlman just get along. Hellboy 2 was great, though. I really like Hellboy 2. I want more Constantine in film. God, you know, I actually really liked Keanu's Constantine. Matt Ryan's is really good, too, though. I should watch Nightmare Alley. It's been available to me for a while, and I just haven't. Yeah, The Shape of Water. That's the one, Hamburg. What's that actor's name? I know that actor's name. I can literally see his face. He was in that movie Bug. He's the government guy in The Shape of Water. Somebody help me out. The name is right on the tip of my tongue. He's got a real weird face. He's a great actor. Ah, fuck. I hate it when my brain does this. I know him. I talk about him all the damn time. In The Shape of Water, he was just like the avatar of toxic masculinity. Not Doug Jones. No, not Doug Jones. God, no, Data Nerd. He's the fish man, for God's sake. Oh, not at all, 8-Bit Sweater. Dude, you know, I tell people all the time when they raid me, I'm always like, seriously, don't feel any obligation to, like, stick around and talk and do stuff. Bro, you've been streaming. You need to get up and fucking take a walk and drink some water and probably deal with the rest of your life. So do not in any way feel obligated. But it is great to see you, and I do hope that you had a great stream. Yeah, right? He fires like drill missiles. He's got these little missiles in a pouch on his belt here, and they have like little drill heads on them. Oh, and I missed a spot when I was painting them. Great. I have to get to that. Yeah, we're just fooling around with speed paints. Nothing special. Blast McHardcheese? Yeah, almost certainly. Michael Shannon, Art of Bianca, thank you so much. Michael Shannon. That dude is a fucking great actor. And yeah, he was fantastic in The Shape of Water. Streaming a 40k tabletop game with Skella and 4 other friends. Awesome. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to stop in before I went on, man. Well, that sounds like fun. Well, that would explain why afterwards Skellaby was like, oh, I gotta go do stuff. Well, thank you so much for the raid, 8-Bit. I really do appreciate it, man. I'm glad you had a good stream. Been on a tabletop RPG kick on Foundry VTT. Yeah, I've got Foundry VTT. I've used it for Cyberpunk Red and one other, and I liked it. It has a little bit of a learning curve to it to get everything set up, but it's like once you get everything set up and you get people up to speed on the basic functions, you can do some really cool stuff with it. Yeah, no, not Alex Jones. Jesus Christ. What? No. Huh? What? Doug Jones. Putting chemicals in the water. Oh, okay, I see the mistake. No. Doug Jones is the costume-wearing, freak-bodied actor who has been in numerous Guillermo del Toro productions. He was, what's his nuts? Abe Sapien in Hellboy. Most recently, he has been in Star Trek Discovery as that cow man, or whatever the fuck he is. The race, the prey species race. I can't remember his name. Which, as much as I don't like that show, I'm glad that he's getting recognition and work. Like, regardless. Del Toro. 8-Bit Sweater, you missed it. I was just expounding upon the virtues of one of my all-time favorite films, and I'm just going to go ahead and push the button again, because I like pushing it anytime I get the opportunity.
Elbow rocket! Now!
Yeah, with the squishy head. He's got, like, the dealies that come out of his skull or whatever. Alright. This is most of the colors down on these guys. I'm going to let these guys sit for a minute, and then I'm going to do a silver dry brush on, like, the magazine here, and the backpack, and the weapon. Oh, I know one thing I missed. Do it before I do the squad leader. Missed a part of the missiles over here. And I want to go ahead and grab the hardened leather speed paint and do these little pouches that are holding down the missiles. Like drill missiles. That seems unnecessary to me. I'm gonna assume that they're like some kind of mining charge that they just shoot at people because they're sick. Who the hell needs a drill on the tip of a missile? But that might be actually a good example of that sort of spirit of fun that Games Workshop has lost for me. And they're dwarves. Why not have drill missiles? Screw it. Whatever, Crypt Shadow. You love that O face. How you doing, man? Wow, oh my god. It is Dr. Rhino.
This is where the fun begins.
How you doing, man? Drizzles! That's terrible. That's terrible, pun expected. Just,
Take a seat, young Skywalker.
I'm not even gonna read that. I refuse, pun expected. You can't make me make space in my brain for some of the things that you write. If it put holes in rocks, it'll put holes in people. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Is it really necessary to put drills on the ends of your missiles? Necessary? Is it necessary for me to drink my own urine? Okay, before anybody unfollows, that's a quote from a movie, for God's sake. I guess maybe Rip Torn does it better. I don't know. Sure it is. I appreciate your uncomfortable condescension, Bianca. Pick up your first batch of Conquest stuff tomorrow, getting started with those, the Old Dominion. Why am I putting holes in my gloves? What's wrong with me? This doesn't really matter. Yeah. If they're drizzles at Xenos, they refer to as shizzles. Well, we're taking this in a weird direction. Yeah, I do remember reading that Deadzone podcast, that the Enforcers have, like, the most advanced armor available to mankind, but it's acquired on a contract from the Forge Fathers. These dwarves are some of the most technologically advanced species in the galaxy, and they create the armor for the Enforcers, which is why it looks kind of similar, too. It has, like, that little Iron Man lockjaw thing. Kursala, that's Dodgeball. Which, if you haven't seen it, you should. It's funny as hell. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Crypt Shadow, for following that through to its logical conclusion. I'm gonna do it with my yellow. There it is. Dodgeball's really still pretty funny. It's absurd. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood. Nobody! And then you get Alan Tudyk as Steve the Pirate. I've now watched all of Mobile Suit Gundam, Char's Counterattack, hated it but cool robots, and Hathaway, cool looking, but like no plot. And nothing really happens. Oh, Dr. Rhino, you're now better versed in Gundam than many Gundam fans. How does it feel? How does it feel to bathe yourself in... Well, maybe not, maybe bathe is the wrong word, but to familiarize yourself with what I would call the bones of the mecha genre. Not necessarily the meat, but the bones. Yeah, that seems about right. Both your normal beard and your neck beard, I trust. Paint this guy's armored diaper here. So, you should watch the 8th Mobile Suit Team. It is one of the... That one came out in, I want to say, mid to late 90s. And it happens concurrently with Mobile... Oh, shit. It's before Char's Counterattack. I'm pretty sure it's happening concurrently with the standard Mobile Suit Gundam timeline. It's been a while since I've watched it, so forgive me if I have that, if I'm mistaken. I would say, Gimish Card, that the ending of 8th Mobile Suit Team is not the best, but the majority of its runtime is good. Yeah, because the ending of it is the love story, and the love story is kind of like, eh. But the majority of the runtime of it is very entertaining, and the animation is fantastic. Concurrent with Zeta? Okay. I know that it runs concurrent with one of the wars in space, and it basically deals with what's happening on the ground on Earth at the same time. And it's interesting because in Gundam, you very rarely see mobile suits fighting on Earth. Yeah, Amish Stig, Dr. Rhino just got done watching Char's Counterattack. Brave man that he is. I'm not going to defend the characters. I'm not going to do it. I'm definitely going to recommend, though, Iron-Blooded Orphans. It's sort of a modern update of many of the themes and concepts that were explored in Mobile Suit Gundam. I like Iron-Blooded Orphans quite a lot. I shouldn't say that. I haven't actually finished it still. I know I say that every time. I've watched the first, like, half of it. But when I was watching it, it was still coming out, so I was like, I'll get back to it later, and I just haven't yet. Oh, and the animation is fucking gorgeous, Ion Raptor. Nothing's worse than Gundam Unicorn characters. I would never suggest that he watch Gundam Unicorn. Ugh. That's what the Forge Fathers are themed after? Iron-Blooded Orphans? Oh, no shit. Are they like Tekadon? G Gundam's still the best. Vergaderung, the consummate troll, everybody. Let's give him a hand. God bless him, he tried. This hand of mine glows with an awesome power. It's telling me to defeat you. I fucking hate G Gundam. It's so fucking bad. It's so bad. I'll accept that people like it and appreciate the sheer corny nature of it, but it's just, like, unwatchable for me. I was introduced to Gundam through Gundam Wing, so I got, like... I think that that's actually maybe an interesting thing to kind of analyze as far as my fandom of mecha goes, is that as much as I love, like, oh, my glove's been destroyed. As much as I love, I think Dougram is probably the greatest mecha anime ever made. And it's very much in the real robot genre. It's very, very grounded and military. My love for Gundam originates with Power Rangers. I loved Power Rangers, and then Mobile Suit Gundam Wing was on, and Gundam Wing is very much a Power Rangers-y take on the Gundam story. God, he mentions G Gundam, and people start coming out of the fucking woodwork like, ooh, burning finger, ooh. How you doing, Bahamut? So now go into the alt history. So 8th Mobile Suit Team is Universal Century and is worth watching. But I think the best that you're going to get is going to be going into the alternate histories at this point. Now, okay, you can watch Gundam 0083 Stardust Memory. I haven't watched Stardust Memory in a while, and I feel like it is not regarded really all that well, but I remember enjoying it. Art of Bianca, thank you so much for hanging out. It's been great to have you in chat. Enjoy your meal. I feel like people are much harder on Stardust Memory, and I confess, it's been long enough since I've watched it that it makes me doubt my memories of it, but I remember liking it. I had not seen Seed the first time that I saw Stardust Memory. It was, like I said, a long time ago. When I first watched 0083, I was very young. And I think it's important to remember that, you know, back in the 90s, folks, we couldn't just jump on the interwebs or pull up Crunchyroll and get any anime we wanted delivered to us. We had to make do with what people could get fucking VHSs of, or whatever might be on Toonami at any given time. That makes sense, Ion Raptor, because I remember, yeah, like halfway through, it kind of goes in a weird direction. Well, I want Rhino to watch Fang of the Sun Dougram, but I need to get a digital copy of it so that I can make that happen. Because unfortunately, it's not freely available on YouTube anymore. It was, and now it's not. Oh my god, I had the exact same experience for Gatorung. There is no way in hell I watched the entirety of Escaflowne. I think I caught it like a quarter of the way into the run and watched maybe half of it, and then lost track. But again, that was back in the day when we had to, like, catch things on TV. You remember when TiVo was amazing, when it blew all of our minds? Yeah. Oh man, Lensman. Woof. Yeah. Did they stop showing it halfway through? That might explain why I stopped watching it, come to think of it. Maybe it just wasn't on anymore. I don't know. I mean, apparently. Forge Father's Iron Ancestor was painted and kit bashed into... Oh, shit. Really? You know, Deadzone Podcast. and really anybody else who might be in chat who doesn't know this, we have a little bit we do in this stream, every single stream at the end, called the Storm Report, which is an audience and community art share segment. We would love to see what you've painted. And all you need to do to participate is jump on over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access with a button down below chat, or by putting !Discord into chat. Hop on over into the Discord, jump into the channel marked The Storm Report, check out the rules real quick, make sure that everything falls within our standards.
To Thunderhead Studios,
This is important.
where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Don't do it. I know, I'm on the internet, and I said, hey, send me a picture, and the first thing you thought was, I'm gonna make it of my dick. But don't do that, please. I promise you, this is not the place. This is not the place. But yeah, we'd love to see some of your art, whether it be painted minis, whether it be some, like, canvas work you've done, whether it be cross-stitch, whether it be woodworking. We would love to see your creative endeavors. It doesn't have to be something you just finished. It doesn't even have to be finished. It can just be something you're looking for some feedback on, or maybe just something you're proud of. We'd love to see it. We'd love to show it. So please feel free to contribute. We start the Storm Report at about 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. Usually a little bit after, really. And you have up until that point to post something. I liked the end of Big O. Maybe that marked the beginning of my degeneration into an, like, total artsy-fartsy fart sniffer. But I thought the ending of Big O was great. It was kind of a huge fuck you, and maybe it's just that maybe that is why I started to like endings like that, is because of Big O. It was a little rushed. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but ending things is hard. The concept, though, I thought was fun. Could it have been better? I mean, sure, probably. But it was good for what it was. Fuck yeah, Dr. Rhino. Have you started putting some thought to how you're gonna paint them? I'm proud of my friendship with Thunder. Aw, Dr. Rhino, you, bro. You. I love your sappy bullshit. And folks, if you're not, have we done a shout out? I'm sure we've done a shout out for Dr. Rhino by now, but if we haven't, let me just go ahead and shout him out the old-fashioned way by saying that Dr. Rhino is legit, like, one of the most inspirational and just awesome paint streamers here on Twitch. There's definitely, like, a short list of people where if you're watching painting on Twitch, like, you're like your starter pack, like, here's the people you need to go ahead and follow, like your Wapeliuses, and so on. Dr. Rhino's on that list. Go give that man a follow. Check out his next stream. You'll know within minutes if it's the kind of place you're going to want to hang out over the long term. And, spoiler, it is. There's a little bit of schmutz here I just want to take off. With oils? Fuck yeah. So you had fun, I take it, with your first experiment painting leather pants in oils. I have found oils to be very liberating and a lot of fun. They kind of reinvigorated my interest in being more artistic with some of my paint jobs. I'm at a point now where I've been doing it for a few months, and I kind of needed to take a break and just do some real dead-ass simple army painting, which these speed paints came out just in time. Bitter Brush? Bitter Brush? How you doing, man? Speaking of charming painters, can we get a shout-out? For Bitter Brush, pretty please. You should be following this guy. There, there's a lot of streamers here on Twitch. There's a lot of paint streamers here on Twitch, and everybody kind of has their own thing. Everybody kind of has their own draw, their own strengths. It's a lot like game streamers. You follow some of them because they're really, really good at the games that they play. You follow some of them because maybe they're not that great at the games, or they just play real casually, but they've got a great personality. And every now and then you find that magical combination of someone who's good at what they do, and damn it, do they ever have that charisma the camera, and the microphone, more importantly, just seems to love them. And Bitter Brush, well, both camera and microphone love that man. Go give him a follow. Check out his next stream. You will not be disappointed. How you doing, Bitter Brush? When he's not experiencing horrible allergies, of course. I feel like that probably goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. Or you follow them to help them with puzzles. Yeah, that's an option too. You know what I watched for the first time in fucking forever was Metal Skin Panicmatics. It's on Amazon now, of all places. It's fun. The story is dumb, but it's overall not long enough to really care. It's just kind of a fun little lighthearted story that happens to have a badass mech suit in it. I mean, does the main character nearly commit vehicular manslaughter on totally innocent people using a chainsaw? I mean, sure, of course. Yeah, maybe he does. What are you gonna do? It's a cartoon. It's on Amazon, for God alone. You can just go watch it. Gonna do Chaos Knights for 40k. I could see that. The Chaos Knight models are very, very cool. Last time I painted Knights, and I admit, I'm a little jealous that the models that exist now didn't exist back when I was still into painting Knights. Because the last time I painted Knights, they had only just gotten their own codex, and there were only 2 variants. It was an army with only 2 fucking units in it, and you know what? We liked it anyway. Now there's all these different variants, there's Little Knights, there's Big Knights, there are Chaos Knights, it's out of control. Romulus 1, I hope you had fun. Thank you so much for hanging out in chat. It has been a joy. It has been a joy. You have a fantastic evening, and I hope to see you again soon. I'm definitely interested to see what the new squat range looks like from Games Workshop. It's not going to bring me back to GW. It just won't. I'm past that point where armies genuinely tempt me to come back to the company. It's just not going to happen. But I still like looking at the models that they make, because Games Workshop undeniably makes some of the best models on the market. And I think it'll be interesting to watch people paint them. Who was it? Which one of you? I'm sorry, I forgot. You said it in this very stream. Was like, oh yeah, watch all the people come out of the woodwork. Like, I've been a fan of squats forever. There's always that contingent of person who, as soon as they saw squats were getting released, they went to like the fucking Warhammer 40k Wikipedia and they read a bunch of bullshit about them, and now they're gonna pretend like they were always fans. Does it matter? No, it's just funny. Oh, Dr. Rhino, dude, that is a long wait for a train that isn't coming. What are you doing? Warhammer 40k? Balanced? Are you out of your fucking mind? That has never happened. Not once. That's not even on the roadmap. That's not a priority. That's not even a goal, let alone a priority. Oh, I'm psychic. Am I, Merlin? What did I do? Oh god. Oh no. What did I do, Suicide Prinny? That's the thing Vergata wrong. That's my fear. That's my fear about the new Leagues of Votan, or whatever they're called. Is that they're gonna be all grim serious. Like the new Primaris Marines and stuff. Like all the fun has left 40k, all the lightheartedness, and the squats were very lighthearted. So they're gonna be all like serious space dwarfs, and it's like the first thing that I read about the battle lowrider bike, right, or the battle train. Fuck yeah, the first started painting space dwarves and squats were announced. Oh no, that's not me being psychic. That's, I'll tell you what that is. I'm super cool, you know. And so I start painting something, and then Games Workshop is like, oh, Thunderhead's painting space dwarves. That's what's going to be hot with all the kids. We'd better get on that. That's what happened. Almost certainly. Still like the Caradon Overlords. Yeah, I think that the Caradon Overlords are at least creative. They're kind of fun. Correlation is not causation. They get the Thunderhead bump. Oh god, I'm so irrelevant that it's funny. Oh, fuck my life. I know those are the Thunderhead bumps, plural. God, what an unattractive joke. Who here is the spy? Yeah, who's reporting back to Games Workshop? Someone in this chat. Someone in this chat. Alright, what am I doing next? Silver dry brush. And I'm gonna use a Citadel product. Because, you know what? I can recognize when they make something actually good. And I gotta say, their Necron compound, this stuff, I do love this. It may be, it's like one of the only things they make that is genuinely a good product and actually goes well in a pot. I'm never getting partner. What are you talking about? That's just ridiculous. Truth be told, I don't even know if I would... Well, that's a silly thing to say. I shouldn't say things like that. I feel like that's just edgy and contrarian to be like, I don't even want... If they wanted to make me partner, I wouldn't even do it. I don't even want partner. Like, that's such a ridiculous thing to say. but truth be told, I'm not really sure that that's something I'd be wanting to pursue. It's because, you know, streaming for me is this isn't a business. This is fun. This is shenanigans. He already has. Merlin who? No, that's because I live in Colorado and smoke copious quantities of marijuana. That's why I forget about you. It has nothing to do with making partner. Certainly not famous like Matt Yee. Oh god, no, I don't have anything like the Yee. I ain't over here rating dumpies for Warhammer World, you know? Hey, what's up, Mafik? How you doing? This, by the way, is one of my favorite techniques. You see how easy that is? All this is the AP speed paint Gravelord Gray, and then let that set and do a light dry brush of silver. This is a stupid easy technique, and it's very effective in my opinion. And the best thing about it is that it will pick out when you accidentally primed a tiny little piece of cat hair to your model. It's the best thing. Look, okay? We make mistakes around here sometimes.
Not to worry, we are still flying half a ship.
Alright, that's good enough. I got more of a, like a...
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
I'm going for more of like a Kubota or Home Depot vibe than steel. You know? They definitely got that Home Depot look. I swear to God, Suicide Perenni, I will pistol whip the next man who says shenanigans. Have we watched Super Troopers on our movie nights? You know, I was hoping to wish Riot Sister a happy birthday here on stream, but the more I think about it, the more it makes sense that she's probably out there having a birthday and not being here on my stupid fucking Twitch stream. And the more I think about it, the more I would rather she be out there enjoying her birthday than hanging out here and doing mod duties. But I do want to go ahead and mention that our amazing mod Riot Sister, it is her birthday today. So if you see her on the Discord, if you see her around Twitch, do make sure you wish her one. Oh, I already have. How you doing, Dabber Raccoon? Good to see you. This method, in my opinion, is particularly good for Star Wars minis. All the blaster weapons in Star Wars have that just sort of like dark metal look to them. This is a great way to do like Stormtrooper blaster rifles or Rebel ones. It's just a really easy way to pick out metallic detail, while still leaving the majority of it. Because if you paint it silver and then wash it black, the majority of the surface is still going to be silver, but this kind of leaves the majority of the surface dark. You know what? I appreciate the effort, Merlin. I do. Semi-serious nerd, welcome in. I don't know the regular Home Depot theme, so I'm not sure what an epic orchestral version of it would sound like. You know, I usually shop at Lowe's. Not for any particular reason, just that I have one closer. I was at a Home Depot for the first time in a while the other day. Gun bluing? Yeah, I guess that would be the actual description of the effect, Automat. Yeah, they'd be gun blued. Yeah, blued steel, like an oil effect. Wasn't really thinking when I said it. I'm just like, hey, this is dark. Fair enough, Merlin. I'll do what I can. Dude, you have a fucking fantastic... Like, I know it's late where you are, so thanks for stopping in, dude. Get you some sleep and have a great night. And I'm gonna do a little bit of color here on the lens. I think that's a good opportunity for, like, some green or something, you know? For a little targeter. What will it take you to have... Oh my god. The fact that you want me to tutor you on non-metallic metal and oil, something that I myself have only successfully done a few times, like, I'll do it. I will do it. I'll do it happily, even. But... I can only promise results roughly on par with what I have accomplished, which I still feel is... Nope, I'm not doing it. I'm not self-deprecating. Merlin just told me to stop it, so I'm gonna stop. You know what? You know what? You know what? I'm proud of my work. I'm proud of my work. My non-metallic metals in oil are the best non-metallic metals that I personally have ever done. And while there are fuck. While there are better examples out there, I will do what I can to communicate what I have learned to you, Dr. Rhino, happily. Shut the fuck up, Merlin models. Nobody no, god damn it. No, the mods. Mods, disable clips. Hurry. God damn it, Project Dark Fox. Suddenly there's like 30 clips of all the same thing. The Streisand effect in action. How you doing, Valfera? It's good to see you. No, I refuse. I think you probably can. I don't honestly know. I know I can. But I think that might be in my, like, advanced settings, so maybe you can't. You might be able to if I made you an editor like Riot Sister. Also, this stuff specifically, I can't... The other Citadel dry brush compounds are middling. This one, Necron compound, this shit will last forever. You can leave the top open and let it dry out. It doesn't fucking matter. The other stuff will solidify and harden into a solid block. This stuff is just constantly usable. This is, I think, the best product that Citadel has. And you guys probably know if you've been around here at all, I hate Citadel products. I fucking hate them. But I'm gonna tell you, buy some of this. It's great. Yeah, Dware, it's like a metallic wax almost. It's excellent. It's incredibly effective. You see that a little bit of silver just punches up the whole Forge Fathers look quite a bit. Not found an alternative to Citadel washes that I like the look of. Automat, have you tried the Army Painter Quick Shade washes? Specifically, these ones. I strongly recommend these. I was talking earlier about my experiences with Army Painter, and I don't use most of their stuff. This has been on my paint rack from the moment I first tried it. These are the best washes I've used. You don't like them, huh? Okay. Well, you know, what works for me is not necessarily going to work for you. Which is also an important thing to keep in mind when anybody recommends anything. I'm going to start running some off for you, Dr. Rhino. I might contact Alex and have him print them, just because his printers are more reliable than mine are right now. But I've got a box of them. They're right here. This container is everything that I've printed of that terrain set so far. I'm going to tilt it and hopefully it won't fall over. It shouldn't. It's all locked together. But I've got 6 of the shipping containers in here. And then I've got 2 of each of the other ones, and it fills this box. And this right here, this is enough to fill a 4x4. Like, really nicely. And it all stacks and stores so fucking beautifully. Like, this is just one solid block of terrain. I'm going to be getting some just quick dry brushing done on this over the next week so I can show it off. I'm really excited about this terrain set. I can't wait to see what you do with it, man. I've got good reports. I've put the files out to a few people to test them and mess around with them, and I've only heard positive things back. Which, on the one hand, maybe they're blowing smoke up my ass, but on the other, maybe it's just really good, you know? Which tanks are you painting, Ren? You print some out? I've always been a fan of the Quick Cell Scorpion tank. It's such a goofy little, like, piece of shit grunt tank. I do like these guys' heavy weapons. The big old underslung massive machine gun. It's got such a nice chunkiness to it. Hell if I know. Okay, fair enough. I mean, if anyone should know, you probably should, but yeah. Bought a tube of AK True Metal, a metallic pigment. Its metallic pigment is a wax. Once dry, it can be buffed to a shine. Oh, so it's kind of like rub and buff. I've got some metallic waxes like that. I never thought of using them on minis. That's interesting. I'd love to see some results that you got out of that, Gus. God, it feels... I know we're on the internet and everybody goes by aliases. I gotta say, though, it always feels weird to call you Gus, knowing that you're not a Gus. But you're okay with it, so I'm not gonna complain. Believe it or not, my name isn't Thunderhead. I know, that probably is blowing everybody's minds right now. Modern version of... I mean, Rub and Buff is the modern version of Rub and Buff. They still make it, but okay, fair enough. Say that like Rub and Buff is some ancient tool of like proto-modern man. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, here comes Bark Axe. Bark Axe Mini. Dude, I haven't been in your stream in a while. I'll wait a minute. He's probably watching a commercial right now. What's up, Negative Charisma? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, Raiders. I hope you're not stuck in commercial land for too long. Hope Bark Axe isn't stuck in commercial land for too terribly long. It has been a while. Dude, it's great to see you. How's streaming going? I haven't had a chance to stop in when I've seen you on. I hope you had a fan-fucking-tastic stream, my friend, and thank you so much for bringing your people in. What were you working on? Also, don't feel obligated to stick around. You've been streaming. If you need to get up, go, stretch your legs, drink some water. Yeah, I thought so. Like, I haven't seen you on. I do try to jump in when I see you, but I try not to make too many assumptions. Either way, it's good to have you back then, man. How has the return been? We're working with some Army Painter speed paints today. Seeing how far we can push them. Some vintage Battletech models. Nice! Doing a galaxy-themed army. That's a real popular paint scheme these days. It's a fun one to do, though. I mean, you know I want to see... Barkax, you know I want to see your work, bro! If you got pictures and you feel like posting them to the Storm Report, I'd love to see them. Gus is kind of a nickname at work. Okay, so you're used to being called that, so it doesn't feel as weird then. But I do make a point of never choosing to use anyone's real name if they don't choose to use it themselves. I feel like that's just polite. I've had people do that to me, like, on their streams, and it's always like, ugh. Like, my real name isn't even a fucking secret. I think it's fairly well known, but I had somebody a while ago, they just, like, refuse to use my screen name when everybody else does, and it just, I don't know. I guess for some people it wouldn't be as big of an issue. I wasn't really that familiar with this person, though, and they just kept doing it. It was like, ugh, really uncomfortable. Oh my god, is it really just 3 minutes? Oh, okay. Well, we've done a lot of fucking work tonight. A little bit slower than my work on my own last night, but yeah, streaming has a tendency to slow you down a little bit. Dude, yeah, go get yourself some foods, my friend. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a fantastic stream. It's great to see you around again, man, and I hope to catch you soon. In Japanese, they say, can't read the air. Can't read the air. Oh, like can't read the room, like can't take a hint. Can't glean the appropriate action based on context. Oh. Okay. That makes sense. You know, Steela, I haven't managed to catch any of your streams lately either, even when you've been on. Oh, it's such a terrible feeling. Maybe what we need is a Steela Rebel Japanecdote, but in a Thunderhead stream. We need to do a dual stream again. Steela. Those have been some of my favorites. Not gleaming the cube. No, Deadzone, get the fuck out of here. God damn it. I haven't thought about that movie in so long. Gleaming the cube. No. No. Jesus. Pondering the orb is more acceptable. That's at least a Tolkien reference at this point. Thunder Steela is a lot of fun. I hope that other people enjoy the Thunder Steela streams as much as I have in the past. Admittedly, it's mostly us talking about Star Trek. But, I mean, that's okay. I like talking about Star Trek with Steela, so sue me. I'm gonna finish doing the metallics on my leader bro here, and then we'll break for the night. But man, these guys are almost done. There's like 1 or 2 steps left to go. I'm saying it out of concern for those members of the audience who aren't as big into Star Trek, or to put it another way, are pedestrian Philistine dunderheads, you know? Pondering the glorb. I can dig it. Pondering the glorb. Oh god, that actually kind of works. Hell yeah, Ren, get some work done. No, that's... Steel Ahead is not better. Thunder Stela is way better than Steel Ahead. How the fuck am I the adult here? In what bizarre mirror universe are we where I'm the one like, no, the implications are inappropriate? I'm supposed to be the immature one. Rebel Studio. I think that's actually just an actual other painter. No paint yet, huh? Oh, well. You can't paint all the time. No matter how much we sometimes may want to. A rebel conference. You could work the puns on that one, I think. You're working plenty of Star Wars references. Everybody loves Star Wars references. That's the way to easy clicks. Alright, so all that really remains for me to do on these guys is I want to do a quick dry brush on the base texture, just to give it a little bit more punch. And then I paint the eyes, and I do a rim on the base, and they're done. That's the speed paint method. With just a touch extra. And I mean, for a quick tabletop standard for an army that I intend to paint, you know, like 50 to 60 models for, this is solid. This looks pretty damn good, by my reckoning, considering we just did 5 of these over the course of one stream. That's pretty good for me. 5 models essentially completed in one stream. Be still my heart. And I mean, shit, I think they look pretty good. I'm gonna add in a couple little extra spots of color, you know, just to punch it up. In fact, why don't I just do a green real quick? It'll take me like a second. Let's grab a little bit of the orc skin here and just kind of... boop. There we go. A little green targeting lens there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I hate that phrase. Why do I use it? What's wrong with me? Alright, folks, give me just 1 minute. I will make it quick, but I just want to stand up and make sure that the blood is actually pumping through my legs before I lay into the storm report. So, give me just a minute, and as soon as I get back, we will go ahead and start it up. I will see you momentarily. Both of my printers are down today, so I've swapped my BRB screen. I apologize you won't get to see my printers working, but they're both of the ones that I have on camera are down for maintenance at the moment, so it can't be avoided. I will see you in just a second. Oh yeah, here. Thank you for the reminder, Kaylee. Man, I like that Obi-Wan that I did. I don't do a lot of super fine freehand. I do tend to avoid it just because it takes as much time as it generally does. I think other people, you practice enough, you can do it faster, but it takes me a long time. But that, the Jedi Order logo on his shoulder pad, or insignia, or seal, or whatever it would be called, I freehanded that, and I'm pretty proud of it. It's teeny fucking tiny. It's so small. It's so little. Give my brushes a little bit of a rinse. We've only used... This entire night, I've only used these 2 brushes. Wait, that's not true. I used this one. I used this one in the beginning, and then I used this crappy Army Painter brush, and then I used this little guy here. Welcome to my 10mm paint. Yeah, but you're not, for the most part, freehanding insignia on those 10mm models that you choose to paint. Kaylee, that is a self-inflicted injury if I've ever seen one. Alright, take just a moment to put all my speed paints in the same place, because I am the worst when it comes to, my absolute favorite game in the world is I just fucking had it. It was just in my hand. I play that game all the time. You'd think I'd learn. Which I guess technically this is me trying to learn. Yeah, I knew there was another one. Okay. Oh, are we? we're comparing forgetfulness now, are we, Crossbow Roof? Dware, have I seen your Sabine Wren? If I haven't, I would like to. If you felt like posting it over in the showcase on the Discord and tagging me, I'd love to have a look. Sabine Wren is a great character. I'm a huge fan of Rebels, though. You guys probably know that. Oh, yeah, we definitely play the same game then. Big time. I was thinking if a Jedi Sith had a beam battle axe, like with a long hilt, spear shapes on the ends. Oh, Mafik, your imagination. I've seen someone do like a beam version of an axe. I think that's the problem with something that is like a beam blade, like a lightsaber. There isn't really much you can do with that without limiting its effectiveness. Because like a beam axe, like if you had 2 prongs and then a beam going between them, like doesn't actually get you anything. As opposed to just having a lightsaber. You've just introduced more mechanical components that can potentially fail as you swing it at people, you know? We've never heard that you love Rebels. I've watched it numerous times and your favorite Jedi was from it. Oh, well, let me tell you about Rebels then. Seriously, though. Seriously. Kanan Jarrus, he's like a crossguard. Oh, shots fired at poor Kylo Ren. I guess it's good that he can stop blaster bolts with his mind.
All right, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorpy and wet palates with the occasional culinary.
I didn't fix it. It's gonna cut her off.
On
Fuck.
tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
It's funny that you like that, Automat. It's funny that of all things, you like the. Hang on, why is this? Man, my activity feed just stopped updating after a certain period of time. That's terribly silly. That is terribly silly. I think it's funny though that of all things you like that, Automat, because that was really early on. They had the little stun blaster lightsaber, and for my money, I think the perfected version of that was just when Kanan and I like that it was sort of Kanan style, and thus it became Ezra's style, but it was lightsaber in one hand, blaster in the other. Because the only other Jedi I can think of who ever really did that, and he didn't do it much, is Luke Skywalker. And he didn't so much do lightsaber in one hand, blaster in the other, so much as he just had a lightsaber and a blaster as his two primary weapons. Light chucks or go home. That's just begging for death. That's begging for death. Like it a lot more if it wasn't a stun gun instead blew chunks off of people. That's why I'm saying, like, just blaster pistol in one hand, lightsaber in the other. And that's what both Ezra and Kanan did for a good portion of the series, and it was awesome. Let's see what we've got. Up first here is from Mafik, somewhere in the bedroom. Oh my god. That was a standard of the NJO. Yeah, it was. But I admit that the EU has been defunct for so long that I honestly don't even think about it that much anymore, which is kind of sad, kind of depressing when you think about it. That was my Star Wars for so long, and now it's just kind of faded into the background, which I guess that's what the mouse really wants, isn't it? Depressing. There's one thing missing from this, Mafik. There's one thing that would have made this a perfect picture. And there should have been a cigarette in one of his claws. One of them should be holding a cigarette. Then it would be a perfect picture. You're always welcome to post photography, Mafik. As far as I'm concerned, EU is the canon. Everything else has to fit with it. I don't strictly agree, Automat, but I'll tell you what. In line with what we've said about a number of people over the course of this stream, I don't necessarily agree, but I respect you for that hardline stance. By the way, Asri just dropped a subscription. Did I not say anything? Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Asri, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the sub, dude. Thank you so much for your support. I'm just saying a cigarette would have completed the joke. Here we have from POV 42. Ooh, to square, that kind of works. I like how you even got it right with time to buy. More Star Wars stuff. I can just hear Roy Batty saying it. Here we have from POV 42, branching out from my usual sci-fi mech painting comfort zone to paint up this adorable mini as part of a set that will be a gift for my partner. POV, that's very sweet. Still need to work on the fur quite a bit. It's supposed to be a husky, but I'm pretty happy with how the armor's turning out so far, which... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, excuse me, that's so rude. Oh, yeah, that's the non-organic part. Anyway, I'm probably about 70% done and can tell I'm gonna get a bit fussy about the organic details. POV, don't be afraid of heavy contrast, particularly when it comes to fur. Do not be afraid to take your base for this fur, like, almost all the way down to a black and just let the details be bright, because that contrast and that sheen is what's really gonna sell the texture of the fur. I know I give this advice a lot on a lot of things, but I'm just going to give it one more time because I think it's important. Do not be afraid of contrast. Contrast is everything. I would take the fur darker. If you're looking for tips, of course. That is an adorable mini. Wait, is this one of the ones from Dungeons and Doggos? There was like a second set, wasn't there? Is this from set 2? Because I've got set 1, and I don't recognize this mini from it. It looks like the right style and the right size and the right base, though. One day I might get around to painting those. That really is very, very sweet, though. I'm sure they'll like it. Here we have from Ren Momo, Vitrian Dragoons. I don't know if I did better with the armor, but I think I did. Also, I was supposed to write something funny because my girlfriend's watching. I didn't. And it kind of worked out, though. Now, this is coming together, and this is... I'm going to give the same advice again. And I know I give this advice a lot, but I just think that it's such a... Yeah, I agree with that, Steelo Rebel. It's like that kind of crystal blue. It's just such an important piece of advice. Just don't be afraid of that contrast. Just do not be afraid of that contrast, Ren. Like, if you came in over this armor and you gave it a dry brush with, like, a light, almost sky blue, and I mean really just a light dry brush, so you're just grabbing the edges, I think you'd be just amazed at how much more detail pops out. But the color choices are solid. I love the cool base, the sort of warm undertones for the, not body glove, but, you know, the soft kit. And then the blue for the armor looks pretty good. Yellow's a good choice for the visors. I just think dry brushing, man. If you put these in front of me and said improve them, I'd go to town with a light blue dry brush and maybe sort of a ruddy flesh tone. A little light dry brush on the folds of the armor. Because the colors are good. I think that the application is pretty smooth. You just want to grab just a little bit of that edge highlight, man. That's going to bring it out. Nice looking force, though. Oh, put a close-up look in the thread. Ooh, let's have a look. Oh yeah, under some more light. The light definitely helps. You've got some good shading in there with the washes. I would still, man, and I'm talking like, you know, take a dry brush with a light blue and like bring it poof, poof, poof 3 times here, maybe a little bit on each shoulder, and then move on, just so that you're grabbing like the front of this little, they've got like this gorget in their armor. You want to grab that front edge of it just so that it pops out to the viewer a little bit more, because it's hard to see unless you get close. A little bit on the edge of the helmet, a little bit on the shoulders. Don't go too crazy trying to get the details on the chest or anything like that, but just those little touches go such a long way on a scale like this. Here we have from Rio Hassenpfeffer. Something old with something new, sketched on something borrowed, colored in something. Ooh. Rio, you have such a great style, man. You really do. I do not have the mind for art like this. It's just not what my brain does. But everything that you do is so fun and dynamic and creative, and most importantly, just interesting. And then the fact that you do it with ballpoint pens on Post-its also makes it a little bit humiliating. So, you know, you're a triple or even quadruple threat, as it were. Damn. No, this isn't a negative. This would have to be a black table. And it looks like this is a standard color for a Post-it. And this is a blue Bic pen. This isn't a negative. This isn't a negative. No. Yeah, Stila, that's it. That's just it. And you know, I mean, I know what it is. I know what it is. It's practice. It's doing it a whole lot. And you know, weird thing. Funny how that works out. You do a thing a whole lot, you get better at doing the thing. I should really patent that concept. I could be rich. Birthday sketch for a friend that I forgot about. So yeah, I'm sure they're gonna love it anyway, Rio. Damn. Really nicely done. Oh boy, here we have from Sam Mini. Working on this a little bit more. Almost done. Lots of details to add. Yeah, sure. Sure, that's what you say. Oh my god, I love this. I love this like rust red. In the recessed details, and then down here picking up along the edge of some of these plates. In the back here along the shoulder. Isn't it amazing what the addition of some undertones like this can do for your perception of the color around it? Isn't it amazing how these ruddy rust reds really show you the blues that are present in all of this, but also look at the warm tones that are in the reflections here. This is so natural. Because if you see, like, we have our primary highlight here, and it's like your mind is tempted to forget that you're looking at a paint job because this looks so natural. The volumetric lighting across the cone coming up like this. And then as we move over, we go through what looks like a little bit of green and then into blue. And it's so subtle, but it's so effective. And then as we move through blue, we're getting into a little bit of brown here. There's kind of a warm tone before we come back into some deep blues over here. And then we have some more earth tones as we get closer to, and I would say this is like, you know, reflecting the ground. This is gorgeous. This is gorgeous. Yeah, right, Stila? When paint doesn't look like paint. It just looks like what it's supposed to be. And Sam Mini is such a fucking talented painter. I don't know that I will ever reach a level of painting like this. But damn, do I enjoy looking at it. And thank you for that shout out, Data Nerd. Yeah, Sam Mini streams, you guys. You want to see some work like this getting done, go give that man a follow. And, I've said this before about his work when we've looked at it. The faces and the skin tones are so believable. This is maybe the greatest compliment I can give to his painting, is that when I look at it, if it weren't for the fact that there was a big mutant finger coming into frame, no offense to your fingers, I'm just saying relative to the size of this person here, I would just forget that I wasn't looking at a real person, particularly with the skin tones. They look so natural, they look so believable. And all in acrylics because he's a damn maniac. Sam Many, thank you for sharing. As always, I love seeing your work. Here we have from Mr. Altier. Well, crap. Going right after a masterpiece, I guess. Well, yeah, he always does that. So the update today is weathering. Following the inspiration, Fury would not be complete without mud on the tracks and a metric ton of oil wash. Overall, though, I feel I'm nearing the end of the project. As I always say, if you see anything that may need changing or adding on to, let me know. After all, how can I improve without critique? Not wrong. This looks pretty nice, though. And knowing that you're going for that kind of used and realistic sort of texture, I think that you're really onto something here. What are we missing? What are we missing? I love the weathering that you have up top, and I don't want to tell you to do more of this soft, like silver stippling and corner work. I don't want to necessarily say do more of that, because I think there being so little of it and it being so subtle is actually really effective. A very realistic kind of rusty texture that you have here on the treads works really well. I was about to say must and rud. Rust and mud. Good God, I can't speak today. I don't know. I do feel like it's missing something. Yeah, the plasma guns do look very clean. Maybe that's it, Data Nerd. It's missing a little bit of color, and I know that it looks very realistic, Mr. Altier, but this is where I would encourage you to just remember to apply the average viewing distance rule. And remember that we're not necessarily trying to recreate reality in minis. We're trying to recreate an exaggerated version of reality because it's so small and it needs to stand out so much more than it would on a full-size piece. And I guess I would encourage... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Steela Rebel. Like, it lacks a focal point? Or even a couple, because it's a very large piece. I think introducing some oranges into the rust, some brighter oranges, use typhus corrosion on the tracks. Now that's... Here's the thing. If you're using typhus corrosion, you have just introduced a really excellent texture. Typhus corrosion has these little granules in it. So what I'm going to say, Mr. Altier, is pick a spot where you've got the typhus corrosion on the tracks. Pick a spot where you'll be comfortable if you don't like what it looks like. You know, just like a little out-of-the-way spot where you can test something. Try dry brushing on. I'm talking like a Mars orange. Like here, what have I got? Volcanic orange from Reaper would be a good choice. Like a vibrant kind of orange. And when I say dry brush, I mean, you know, take a makeup brush and wipe almost all the paint off of it and just try grabbing the texture of the typhus corrosion with the orange. Give that a shot someplace. See if you don't like the look of it. And when I say like the look of it, I mean do it and then set it on the table and stand back 3 to 5 feet and see if you don't like the look of it. Because that would probably be a good choice. Yeah, the orange clay look of a baseball field, exactly. But that's the thing, a bright orange going down over a dark brown is going to do exactly that, GM Kaylee. And maybe some more. Maybe some more of the silver stippling, because this, on the edges, this looks really good. And I think a little bit more of it would go a long way. I also feel like I want some greens in here. I want some greens. How would we work some green in? It feels like that's the color that's missing. Doesn't it? There's like a little bit of it in the stowage, but not really. Though maybe that's a good place to bring it in. If you did moss or mold on the logs, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. You could do that with some glazes, you know? Or, yeah, like a patina on the metal, that's also a choice that you could go with. Any excuse you could find to work in some greens to the palette would I think punch things up just a little bit more. Now, I don't want to lay too much on you. So I'm going to say, try what I told you with the orange dry brush on the Typhus Corrosion, just to pull out the texture, because Typhus Corrosion dry brushed as rust it's beautiful. I've done it a number of times. I love the look of it. And try introducing... It was green until the oil wash kicked in. We'll come back in and put that green back in there. Put it back in there, Altair. Seriously, try doing it on the logs. Make them look like they're a little older, you know, a little rotted maybe. Always punch it up just a little more vibrant than you think it needs to be. And remember to apply the average viewing distance rule. Set it down, step back. Hold it at arm's length or just view it from 3 to 5 feet away. Whatever you got to do, that is what it is really going to look like. You always want to exaggerate it a little bit more than you think you need to. I think those two changes would have you on the right path. So consider trying that, and let me know what you think. Yeah, Typhus Corrosion is actually a really nice product. I have a little bottle of it, and I've used it a number of times. Of course, I, decanted it into a fucking dropper bottle because, God, I hate those pots. Here we have from Kursala. Lately, I've been following some advice from Rick Graham and working on building factions instead of just randomly making whatever I feel like at the time. That Rick, he does know what he's doing. So here's the current set of units for one of my factions. I'm planning on having 2 more tanks for these at launch, done up in some test colors. The blue is the scheme I wanted, but I like the green better. All these need are some final details on the bases, rims, and tufts, and they'll be finished. Yeah. I definitely like when there's sort of a visual language and shared components, giving you the feeling that something is being made by the same manufacturer. And there's definitely a few shared components in your little, rangefinder greeblies and I guess IR spotlights, maybe. Damn, I do love the look of this updated... This is the glaive, right? But with this sort of... like sensor panel on the front and a little LRM leaning off the back. And I'm definitely digging these little fighters that you did. These came out nice. They also shimmer. Yeah, that's the glaive. Yeah, that's what I thought so. With the rotary cannon. Hover planes. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, the blue does have a very nice icy sort of tone to it, doesn't Steela? Doesn't it? I think it's because it goes from that kind of nice dark blue all the way up to not quite white, but almost white. The camo patterning also helps because ice acquires that very natural, it has a cleavage to it. It fractures and refreezes, and if you look at like a glacier, there's always that the cleft lines going through it, and I think that's kind of suggested by the camo pattern. Very cool, very glacial. Isn't what you were going for. This is why we do this, though, Kursala. This is why I encourage people to post to the Storm Report. Because if it might not be what you were going for. I think cleavage is actually the right word, Automat. Isn't it? I know it's a word in geology. Is it cleavage? It's the word for how a stone or crystalline structure fractures. They have particular pattern. Oh, shut up. Oh. Oh. But, that's what I'm saying, is you need other people's eyes on it, because you can get things from it that you didn't necessarily intend. And I actually think that there is a nice sort of glacial... I realize that it's the same pattern on each one, but just the change of colors has a different visual effect almost entirely than the green one does. Very, very cool work, Kursala. And, yeah, Rick is a good guy to take... A great guy to take advice from on that particular subject. He's a very strong visual language to his work. And speaking of Rick Graham's work, here we have a work in progress on a Revelations Hydra. Didn't really have a great plan going in, so kind of random stuff. But thoughts on wrapping it up? Thinking of doing a heavier chipping/weathering effect. What kind of base do you think would go okay with this? Maybe listening tomorrow because you guys can stay up later than me. Well, this actually works pretty well. I like how the blue goes into the gray, and then the gray has, warm shading. Sort of a ruddy dark brown. The lensing on the weapons is really nice. I absolutely dig the glow effects on the arm weapons. I feel like I want to see more of the yellow up on these expanded arm weapons just to kind of balance it out, because if it was like 1, 2, 3, 4, that would look really, really good. The hazard striping came together nicely. All in all, this, for not having a plan, this came out good. I like the kill markers. That's a nice touch. What base would look good with this? Yeah, the lenses are beautiful. Like, in my head, I go, oh, it would look cool on a snowy base, but I don't know if I'm saying that because it really would, or if I'm saying that because I was just thinking about ice. Now I'm doubting myself. That's not a good feeling. Maybe if you did these missile doors, because these are missile doors, aren't they? I think they are. Maybe if you did those in just like a straight up yellow, because it looks like they would, and I haven't messed with this model myself, but I feel like these probably fold down into the hull. Based on the way you've done the hazard striping, it looks like these fold down into the hull and then they pop up to fire. So these wouldn't always be visible, so you could afford to do these in like a high visibility yellow or something like that. I think that might look cool, just to kind of introduce a little bit more color into the overall composition. No, Stila, their Revelation spans numerous planets, so it's like really any biome or environment you could possibly want. A city base? That could be cool, like an urban environment. The camo would certainly work well in an urban environment. That's a good idea, Desert Owl. Snow base would complement, lava base would be good contrast, jungle base would look good too. Lava base? Well, that's an interesting idea. If you did a lava base, it's a little bit more work, but Jungle Plague, you do good OSL, so I think you would do a good lava base just with the skills you already have. And that would be nice, because it would pick up the yellows and the oranges that you already have as little accent colors throughout the mech. The red, the yellow, the orange, all of that would be present in the base, and it would create a nice sort of balance that would really complement the menu without, I think, drawing too much attention away from it. In fact, I like that. I like that idea the most. I like the idea of a lava base. Yeah, a little illumination on the feet, maybe up against the crotch, as it were. That's going to be my suggestion. Jungle Plague, I'm going to say lava base, and I'm going to say it for one very particular reason. Well, for several. It is a good idea. But I'm going to say it because you already do really, really cool OSL. Like, I always love seeing the little subtle OSL that you do. And glow effects, for that matter. And I want to see what you could do with a lava base. Something that's just like you could do it as simply as just make a base and then take some like 3 to 5 millimeter cork board and arrange it so that there's like a crack and maybe broken off into like a little delta, and then just paint the plastic where the cork is broken apart as if that's a river of lava. Like, it can be just that easy to do. You don't need anything complicated. And I think you would do a fantastic job at it. Let's see what we've got here from Suicide Prinny. Ooh. Ooh, this is some nice work, huh? Very yellow. What is this mini from? Have I seen this mini before? This is ringing a bell. I would swear that I have, but I can't place it. I like the basing on them. These sort of, like, jagged shards of rock. Camelot from Big Child. Maybe I haven't. That doesn't ring any bells at all. I do like the nice sort of Celtic cross that he's rocking around his neck there. He was assembling them today. Was he really? I'm not familiar with them. Odd. Yeah, they give the whole thing a sort of a dynamic look, don't they, Stila? This is very cool. I think that introducing some cool tones to this overall is going to be important to really make these yellows pop and not pale out too much. And if you did these in like a sort of a veined cobalt look, some sort of blues down here, that would look really cool. If you felt like getting complicated, doing some like ruddy veins of granite through this would look really, really neat. Also, the fur would be a good opportunity to bring in like some reds, or you could do blues. You could do like a gray wolf fur around the mantle. I could dig that. Like, I'm liking the yellows. They're kind of pale, but they're not desaturated. They're not turning white. And if you put some contrasting, or rather complementary colors next to them, they're gonna really stick that vibrancy, you know? And like a little bit of white on the edges of the feathers. Oh, it's a cool looking mini, Suicide Prinny. Ooh, how did that happen? I'm very interested to see where you go with it. Oh, here we have from Automat Americana. Does the kneecap NMM come off okay? Let me have a look at it. I'm going to be honest with you, I thought this was just a natural shadow. I'm looking at it now, and I'm seeing that we have the sort of volumetric shape here, sort of oriented off to a side. So we've got a light source. I think part of it is that the light source you chose for the non-metallic metal is located in almost the same location as the actual light source that you have on the Mini. The light source you have seems like it's slightly behind him, aimed at him. And that's kind of what I'm reading right here. So I have to say it's probably effective. I would push the contrast. I think that the location of your non-metallic metal highlights is good. I think that the composition of it is good. I think just push the contrast. I think just push that contrast. Because man, that has been something that I've been struggling with NMM2 with the Numama is I'll get the shape of it right, and it'll end up being kind of bland because I'm not bold enough to really push those contrasting colors. But that's really what it takes to sell. You could do that, Mr. L2. There's nothing wrong with flocking. Now that I know to look for it, it's definitely reading better, and I think you push the contrast more, it's going to pop out more. Also, I mean, consider going bluer with it. It's a little neutral gray right now, and if you go bluer with it, you know, like I said, complementary colors to a yellow. Work in a little bit more blue, and it's just going to go kapow and pop right out. Very nice work, though, Suicide Prinny. Here we have from Automat Americana. It can walk, stand, fuck it, you know what I mean. Posing will be next. God help me. Likely gonna have to cheat and make sure the poses only lift the left side of the pelvis so I don't have parts clipping into the PPC. Why? Because I'm intended to print this thing in 2 pieces. Anyway, in addition, here's a standby of mine, a tequila dry martini. Okay. I had never had a dry martini in my life until relatively recently. I tried my first of them. I do like martinis have got to be an acquired taste. I like, okay, in fairness, most alcoholic beverages are an acquired taste. Like you had them as a kid, or you just drank them enough to, or maybe you were already a fan of the base liquor that they are composed of. So you know you can kind of tell the subtle differences in the quality and the flavor. I do not understand martinis. It is not a taste that I ever acquired. Maybe the fact that I had my first one as an adult tells you all you need to know. But I tried one and I was just like, like I don't get it. I don't get it at all. First time I had a dry gin martini, I was in love. Yeah, we have very different tastes. Very different tastes, Automat. But then that's also literally true, everyone. Everyone has different tastes. I'm an appletini kind of guy. I'm not really. I don't know. I never really drink that much anymore. I'm pretty boring. I think my favorite drink these days is just getting a nice tart sour. I'm more of a beer guy. I do enjoy wine from time to time, but as far as hard alcohol, I can't say rum and coke. Everybody likes rum and coke. That's like that's the macaroni and cheese of mixed drinks. I've enjoyed a Manhattan, but I'm not so particular as to have like a particular. I'm no mixologist, I think, obviously, because I'm sitting here going, what booze do I even like to drink? When it comes to beer, I'm a wheat ale man. Oh, we have very different tastes. Very different tastes, Automat. But you know, it takes all kinds. The legs are looking great. Can I make one suggestion? Looking at this. And maybe it's just the angle. Maybe it's the like, I'm not sure. Oh my god, excuse me. Having trouble tonight. Yeah, White Russian. Yay. I enjoy a White Russian suicide printing. Maybe it's just the angle, but I feel like the feet need to be bigger. Like if you just scaled them feet up by maybe 20 to 30%. And again, maybe it's just the angle. I'm not sure how this program renders. But they just look a little bit small to me. The legs look, I think, pretty good. Try boosting the size of the feet. See if you don't like it. See if it doesn't look better to you that way. It just seems like it's already... The cicada is already very top-heavy because of the way that it's built. Once you add on the big old PPC, it becomes even more so. And then having it on these relatively small feet, it just kind of throws the proportions off a little bit, I think. Lovely design, though. And great work on it. Milkshakes. White Russians are dangerous. Taste like chocolate milk. Yeah. Oh my God. Me and Hethrier, man, when we like are hanging out in the mountains playing fucking Warcaster, and we just got like, yeah, we've been known to put down some alcoholic dairy beverages between the two of us. The kind of drinking where you're just like suddenly, oh my god, that bottle's empty. How did that happen? Oh, I'm gonna regret this tomorrow because I took a lot of sweetness in with it. Here we have from Kaylee. Another failed attempt to get a good picture, but I'm getting closer, I think. Here's round 2 on these men-at-arms. Took the feedback from the last stream, tried to push that black and yellow look more, added some more yellow accents to things like the tunic, waist tie, and of course I painted that guy's ass. It was a very tiny ass. You know, it's gonna be. Still open to criticism, suggestions, and observations. Trying to improve as always. Yeah, the picture is a bit of an improvement. He got in there and painted his ass in a little bit of a yellow, or a linen color, rather. I think the increased use of the black and yellow actually works really, really well. They kind of have a bit more punch to them this way. I continue to love that tone that you got on the metal portions of the armor. It's like a little bit oily, and that works real well. So I would, if we're looking to improve the photography, we've got light over here shining on it. We want light over here. We want... In miniature photography, it's helpful to use soft light and a lot of it. And I think about it this way. You are painting shadows on your minis already, so you kind of don't want real shadows. You want to use lighting that eliminates real shadows, so that the only shadows coming through in the photo are ones that you put there. And that's what really helps people to see the quality of your paint job. So I would say adding, first of all, making sure that this light has like a diffuser on it of some kind, and then getting another one to aim at it is definitely going to help. And then you can work on your camera settings after that. But this is definitely an improvement. The yellow's nice. I would say if you felt like getting complicated with it, I know these guys are small, but working, even just using a wash, like a sepia wash, just something to add a little gradient into the yellow so that we go from like a warm golden brown up to the lemon yellow, is just going to make the yellow a little bit more rich, you know? And I really feel like you could probably accomplish that with just a little bit of like a sepia wash on the bottom. Because it is very much like a lemon yellow. And that transition from gold to lemon is just, it adds so much richness. All in all, though, a huge improvement. And yeah, I appreciate that he's got some linen braise on his little butt. Would a Reichland flesh shade work? Yeah, probably. It's nice and warm. It's got some red to it. I think that would work nicely. Good job, though, Kaylee. Army Painter Soft Tone? Oh, yeah. In fact, that's what I was thinking of. Army Painter Soft Tone or Army Painter Mid Brown. I would use either one of those. Mid Brown is a little redder. Oh, here we have from DFW Dweg It's not done yet, but here is some early speed paint work on a Dweg model. I cannot get over how much I like the gray for stone colors. Even the tide marks make it look more organic. The purple wrappings also look great next to it. Should redo the plates around his waist, but likely will use the color yellow and bone 1-to-1 for my more fiery character skin tones, I think. Oh, this looks nice. This looks great. Yeah. The stone, you've actually used the purple pretty effectively here. This looks fucking fantastic. Some more of them army painter speed paints, man. And they do the job so quickly. When you've got a model that has good texture to it, that's the thing. Speed paints can struggle a little bit when your model doesn't have good texture or chunky detail on it. But if you've got a model that has, like in the case of this with the sort of cloven stone texture and the cracks and everything, it works really, really well. Same thing here for the wrappings, I think. This is where the purple really shines, is where it has some edges to pull away from. I want to see the rest of this model. Dwegham, make sure you're sharing when that guy gets finished. I'm going to want to see that. Here we have from the Happy Heretic, Awaken My Quivering Abs. Should that be said a certain way? I haven't watched JoJo. I won't be awake for Thunderhead's reaction to this, but I can only hope it's a mix of awe and fear with just a twinge of disgust thrown in. A little bit more than a twinge. This is probably one reason I shouldn't have a 3D printer, because this is a JoJo reference, isn't it? Is this a JoJo reference, or is this an Emperor's text-to-speech device reference, or is it some combination thereof? I'm only tertiarily aware of these, but I know that they're memes. I'm kind of disgusted at how well you've done the pale, muscular flesh of... Okay, that's what I thought it might be. I haven't seen it, so it's tough for me. Yeah, text-to-speech referencing JoJo. Yeah, you would, Stila. Oh my god. Of course, if this were painted by Stila Rebel, she would have spent an inordinate amount of time getting in there and really getting those nipples. Really painting those nipples. It's important. It's important. This could be another another entry in the Oily Fans. Which I saw that you stopped doing that, Stila. Oh no. It was such a fun idea, but at the same time, actually getting people over to OnlyFans to watch people paint minis seems like quite the task. So perverted. Such a bizarre clash of cultures in Stila Rebel. It's like she took all the like giallo Italian cinema sensibilities and just mashed it right together with all the sexual repression of the Japanese people. And now she's just this sort of yin yang of perversion. Did change to D Live, just don't have many sexy commissions lately. Did you really? Again, I haven't been as attentive as I probably should be. I've been working on my own shit lately. It's a hell of a print. It's a nice vibrant red that you've chosen for the loincloth and the crest, and you've done a really good job getting this sort of pale, I assume you're going for a real pale flesh tone. Well, it's effective. There we have our Merlin Models work in progress. Plastic Vindicare Assassin. I've had practice on the metal Vindicare Assassin, wasn't impressed with the suggested colors. Swapped some out and I'm much happier with how the greens have worked on the gun. My hope is that when/if the Warhammer Plus Vindicare in terrain shows up in May, could as well be late August, I'll have had decent practice. Who knows, if I do a good job, I might try my hand at a Golden Demon for the first time this year. Fuck yes, do it, Merlin. Make it happen. With competitions like that, I always feel like, what's the worst? What's the worst thing that can happen? You don't win. Oh no. Do it. Do it, man. Let's see. Also, I've done more hammer work, massively refurbished a sledgehammer head that's potentially between 60 and 90 years old. That's badass. Oh my god, look at this. I realize that, like, the gun, it does look great. I love the kind of jades and turquoises that you've worked in here. I think this is fucking awesome, particularly when you're going for more of a blue for the rest of the suit. I apologize for not focusing more on this, but this looks great. This looks fantastic. The use of the kind of browns and yellows here and up top here, like where there's rebar sticking out, so we've got like some rust, and oh, this looks fucking great. Really, really nicely done. Like, you did a good job on the sort of broken up terrain that you had for your Kayvon Shrike, too, so it's no surprise that you nailed this column. Now just paint the rest of the damn mini. Really, though, the rifle's looking fantastic. I like this color particularly with the rest of the palette being here. And I'm very interested to see how the rest of the Vindicare comes out, though, having seen your other one, I can imagine a little bit. Don't quote me on that, Steela. Please don't. Yeah, they will absolutely cancel me. Here we have from Manro Fasal, Kit Bash Space Ninja for my friend's birthday. Oh, neat. Got like a Dark Angel thing going on, and then he's rocking the katana. Well, this is cool as hell. I always love seeing minis they're being given as gifts. That's... oh, man. That's friendship right there. Are these legs, are these from Puppets War? Wait, is all of this from Puppets War? I recognize them. I think Puppets War. With the kind of chunky leg plates, right? Am I crazy? Well, nice work on it. I like the basing. It looks like maybe the hood was green stuffed, possibly. It's difficult to tell, which I mean, I guess that's the goal of a good green stuff job. The body and hands. Wait, the body and hands are from Puppets War? Clarify. I request elaboration. Oh, I thought that next one might be from you too. Because it just has that look to me, where it's like, okay, yeah, the hood is green stuff. Okay, I thought it might be. Like this angle, I thought maybe that's green stuff, and then I saw it from this angle. I'm like, that kind of does look a little bit more sculpted. I don't know. So I'm gonna count that as me giving you a compliment. The fact that I couldn't tell, I think, bodes well for the job that you did on it. The katana looks nice. Very, very cool. Very cool, Manro. Man, they're gonna love it. They're gonna love it. Minis given as gifts are always so cool. What is on his back? I can't quite tell. Like, from one angle, it looks like maybe it's a curved hooked blade. Hey, what's up? Myar Aznabal, always a pleasure to see you. Manro, I'm gonna need closer pictures of this. I realize that you're giving this as a gift, but I'm gonna need some closer pictures. A rope blade! Okay, that explains why there's some funny little extra bits in here, and then what looks like a curved blade. I would like some, or even just post this over in Showcase so that I can actually zoom in on it a little bit later. I would like to take a closer look at it, because it's clearly a very detailed piece, and really nicely done. The silvers pop out really, really well, and you got the panel lining and everything in there, so you can actually make out the detail of the model. Space Ninja, indeed. Very, very cool. Here we have from Vergaderong, working on the spiders I sculpted the trails for. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Then we got that work in progress. We got that smoke coming together. This is going to be so cool. I'm going to need to see all of the jump jets next to each other as you get them done, Vergaderong. Because the one you did for the, what is it, the Stinger, the Wasp? I can't remember which one now. That one's so cool. The one where he's like shooting forward across like that. That's badass. That's real nice. And, shit, Chaotic Harmony did one similar to that too. I love seeing Chaotic's work though. I'm glad that he's like working and busy, like that's good for him in general in life, but I kind of wish that he had less to do so that he could paint more models in just the most selfish of all possible ways. Hey, please do, Manro. I'd love to see it. Vergaderong, this is fucking gorgeous, and like, oh my god. Oh my god. You're getting so much better at sculpting these, dude. I remember the first of them on that Ost Scout. Oh, I remember. Here we have from Deadzone Podcast. Oh, hey, yeah. With the added shoulders and everything. And then the big nasty hand. Oh, I see what you did. Because, yeah, that's the God, what's the name of it? It starts with a G. The pirate captain had the one mobile suit. And he had that big, nasty fucking hammer. And yeah, the huge shoulders and the massive jet engines. Is that the one? Gusion? It's been so long since I've watched it. I keep saying I need to go back and actually finish the series. And maybe I actually should. I actually think that kind of rounds out the... We're going to be doing one of these eventually. This is the Iron Ancestor, the big old dwarf mech. But I like the addition of the big rounded shoulders. That's very cool. And I like how he's dragging the hammer behind him. Really implies the weight of it so much better. And then look at this guy over here. We got like a gun tank bot going on. I'm not familiar with the original pieces from this one, but to be fair, I haven't seen all the Forge Fathers line. I need to get some of these guys. What are they called? Huskarls? Very cool figures. It's neat to see some other Mantic figures getting done. I totally dig this conversion. Really nice job, Deadzone. Deadzone Podcast. Podrick. God, it's such a direct name. Oh, here we have from Dr. Rhino, first model and color scheme finalization for Army Commission. Is this a conversion? I've never seen this model. Wait, have I seen pieces of it? This is the new kit. Oh, okay. Thank God. I thought I was going crazy. So I was like, this doesn't look like a convert. Like, if this is a conversion, it's a really, really nice one. He's clearly meant to be a Chaos Sorcerer. Well, with these bits up here and whatever, these little Zinchi manta rays coming out of his little warp curl or whatever the fuck this is. Still, I've seen like 3 and thought they were conversions too. Okay. That's a nice kit. But, like, with the way his arm is lifting the cloak and it's hanging, I'm like, this can't be a conversion. Like, okay, I've seen Dr. Rhino do some really, really nice work with green stuff. But, come on. Come on, get real with me here. Particularly going over the shoulder pad the way it is and the folds. This looks really nice. Dr. Rhino. He works quick and he works well. I like the colors that you have down here in the base. We have most of our warm tones down here in this little splash of red. And this is what I mean when I talk about color composition and balance and focal points. Like, we've got really nice focal points all across the top. Well, I guess this is more of a focal point with these 2 horns. And then we've got this balance of these bright spots kind of across the top, but then being balanced in a swoop across the whole model. There's this shape, this whoosh. And then down here, there's a little bit of red, kind of balancing things out, because the only other place you're seeing colors like this are in the horns. So it's like boom, boom. Color composition is it's interesting. It's you know, it is an art rather than a science, and so there's no hard and fast rule to it, more guidelines. But I would say those guidelines are well applied here. Of course, I'm always the one who's yelling at Rhino to do it. I'm always like, just balance that. He's like, what color should I do this thing? I'm always like, why don't you just take this color from elsewhere in the menu and just move it over there? I'm way better at suggesting it than I am at actually doing it. Gorgeous. I feel like the staff overpowers everything else. It is very bright. The staff is very, very bright, and it's a larger point than these other 2. But we'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see where Rhino goes with the rest of the force. See, and like, it looks like that up close. Maybe further away it doesn't. It is very bright. I would take that as a reasonable. Well, okay. I would say I would take that as a reasonable critique, but here's the thing, Drakari. He's doing a whole army like this. And once you get all of them together, maybe it'll come together. I would say, as far as an actual critique, if you could bring the eyes up to the same color that you have the little warp glows, if you could just replicate this really, really high ice blue in the eyes, and I know they're teeny tiny, Rhino, but if you could do that, that would look fucking amazing. Then that balance would all come together into a focal point right in his face. And that's really what you want. You don't necessarily want to draw the eye away from the face. You want to bring everything right in here. And I feel like that would draw away a little bit from these. Like I said, just create that, just a nice balance. A nice balance. All in all, though, gorgeous work as always. Here we have from Dware, Wildstar. My fluorescent Molotov pens came in today, so making some clear Legion dice actually readable, because black on clear in a dice tray is impossible to see. Yeah, I mean, I try to avoid clear dice in general for that reason. I've never met a clear die that I liked. This helps, though. The bright fluorescent, I like this little guy up here. I just noticed him. He's like, "What the fuck you doing down there?" He's got like a little bandana going on around his neck. He looks kind of like Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes. This helps a lot, though. Particularly the magenta. You got your crits, you got your hits, you got your surges. Oh, we're doing the... Oh, man. They're very clear, aren't they? They're like crystal clear. I mean, they're gorgeous dice, but I absolutely see why you're doing this. Because, yeah, no, these would be frustrating to play against without the nice bright colors to balance them out. That's the backside of the die. Oh, wait. This symbol is on the backside of the die right here? Okay, yeah, they are confusing as shit then. Angry pointy hair man. Yeah, he's a little pissed off. He's pissed off because he can't read the die. The inside of the black is what you're seeing. Okay, so this face, this crit is actually, like, this is a blank face. And this crit is on this flat that is facing away from the camera. What have you done? Were these official swag, or are these something that you had made? Because I know that, like, FFG and I assume AMG are... They tend to give out, like, dice and tokens as tournament swag. If this is something they made, they should be ashamed. These are official? Those rat bastards. Why would they do this? That's just a terrible idea. Well, in that case, you're doing a good job fixing a dumb mistake. Where, yeah, they're frustrating. That's frustrating to the level that I could see a TO being like, don't play with those. Don't, just use the standard dice. But that will bring us to the end of tonight's Storm Report, and, as you may know, the end of tonight's stream. Damn, we got a lot of work done today. 5 models nearly done. I'm probably going to finish these up after dinner. There's really almost nothing left to do on these guys. We're going to be doing more speed painting. We're going to be doing more speed painting in the future. I'm planning on doing 3D sculpting or modeling, as you can see right there, Thursday the 7th. Planning on doing 3D sculpting, modeling. We'll see how I feel the day of and how much work I get done between now and then. We might do more speed painting. I don't know. We've got plenty of it to do. So don't worry about that. And I'd very much like to continue pushing the speed paints and trying new techniques on top of them, just to see how far we can take them and how much they can ease the process of getting some really good-looking minis. And then Sunday, the 10th, we'll be painting no matter what. Right now, I'm planning on next Tuesday, possibly next Thursday, not being able to have a stream. There's going to be some family stuff going on. That may change between now and then. So call that Tuesday, April 12th, no stream tentative, and I will nail that down by Thursday. Obviously, everyone here is planning their entire week based on whether or not I'll be streaming on a certain day. How could you not be? How could I not be the most important thing in your life? I mean, I'm the most important thing in mine, so it follows. It follows. Jesus Christ, I'm a jackass. All right, let's see who is doing what tonight. Commander Mittens is painting Keyline Prime. Alara Kerensky's playing some Foxhole. That dirty man. Oh, Steep T is going. Bong Barian's playing some Elden Ring. Let's head on over to Commander Mittens. I figure most of you folks are already following Commander Mittens, but on the off chance you aren't, you're gonna want to check this stream out. Damn, Commander Mittens is great. She's so sweet, so nice, and so unbelievably talented. She has a great stream. So if you're not following her already, please make sure you stick around for the raid. Check out her stream. Consider dropping her a follow if you like. what you see. And oh, I already gave you the readout on what we're going to be doing here in the near future. When I take vacations, you don't know what day it is anymore. Oh, Kursala. My mods, you guys are so fucking unbelievably kind and supportive and helpful, and I am constantly left feeling like... No, that's not the right way to phrase it. I am consistently and constantly thankful to have all of your assistance, to have this amazing mod team, one of the best mod teams on Twitch. So a huge thank you to my absolutely incredible mods. And a happy birthday to Riot Sister, even though she didn't come in today. I hope she's out having a fantastic birthday. And let me go ahead and extend another thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report tonight. I always love seeing your work. I hope to see more of it in the future. Thank you to all of our new followers, and thank you for the raids. Oh my god, you guys are out of control. I'm gonna go get something to eat. So until next time, keep on painting.